Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Willkommen, schön sind Sie da.
Welcome, great to see you.
Zu diesem zweiten langen Tag des Symposiums Der große
Welcome to
Kanton,
day
Rise and
two
Fall
of
of
our
the BRD.
The large canton, rise and fall of the Federal
Each
Republic
panel,
of
we have
Germany.
4 of them today, will be introduced with a brief intervention from the students of the Master Cultural Critique Curatorial Studies. And I also want to welcome all our listeners in the live stream. I hear there were a lot of you last night, perhaps a little less at this early hour, or not so early. And I'm very happy to welcome Eva Menasse, who is going to introduce the panel Kein Denken ohne Geländer, or the disintegration of the political public sphere.
Leisen flehen mein Leider durch die Nacht zu dir. In den stillen Hans hernieder, Liebchen, komm zu mir.
Ja, schönen guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Am zweiten Tag
Today,
des internationalen
two of our
Symposiums Der
international
große
symposium
Kanton.
on
Ich
the
begrüße
large
Sie
canton
herzlich
in
im
the
Kunsthaus
north
Zürich,
of
stelle
Germany.
Ihnen
Welcome
kurz
to
mein
Kunsthaus
Podium vor.
Zurich. Let me introduce our panel.
Wie sitzen Sie? Direkt neben mir Patrick
To my
Barners,
neck-
Journalist
to my,
und
left,
Buchautor,
Patrick
Journalist der
Barners,
FAZ.
journalist and author.
In
He
unserem
writes for the
Zusammenhang
FAZ
vielleicht hervorzuheben
newspaper.
seine Streitschrift von 2011, Die Panikmacher, wo er argumentiert, dass sowohl der deutsche Staat als auch die deutsche Gesellschaft eine übergroße, übertriebene Angst vor dem Islam und der Migration hat. Das hat damals zu einer sehr großen Debatte geführt. Direkt daneben Dietrich Diederichsen, Kunstkritiker, Autor, Journalist, Hochschullehrer und einer der wichtigsten oder wahrscheinlich der wichtigste deutsche Pop-Theoretiker. Daneben Emily Dischel-Becker, Autorin, Journalistin, aber vor allem auch Direktorin der Diaspora Alliance Deutschland und in diesen ganzen Themen seit Jahren nicht nur aktiv, sondern vor allem witzig. Das finde ich bei all der Bedrückung, die wir alle verspüren, derzeit in Deutschland, im öffentlichen Diskurs immer sehr, sehr erfrischend. Besat Karimkhani haben die gestern Abend da waren, schon bei seiner Intervention bewundern können. Vormals soll er eine der besten Bars Berlins geführt haben. Die habe ich leider versäumt, aber seit 2022 ist er mit einem Sturzflug in der literarischen Szene Deutschlands gelandet, als er beim Bachmann-Preis gelesen hat, jetzt Schriftsteller. Seine beiden Romane waren große Erfolge, Hund, Wolf, Schakal. Der erste und Als wir Schwäne waren, ist erst im Vorjahr in Berlin erschienen. Und dann direkt gegenüber Yossi Bartal, gebürtiger Israeli, seit sehr langem in Deutschland. Journalist, einer der interessantesten Investoren Investigativjournalisten des Landes kann ich sagen, ich war selber sehr lange in Deutschland Journalistin und die wirklich interessanten investigativen Recherchen der letzten Jahre sind oft von Jossi und mit Jossi erschienen im ND, vormals Neues Deutschland und in der Taz. Erst letzte Woche ein Riemen zu den Verwicklungen, also zum Lobbyismus Israel, propagandistischer Netzwerke in Deutschland, die Politiker einladen, deutsche Politiker und auf sogenannte Schulungsreisen nach Israel bringen, mit dem, also es ist eine wirklich krasse Beeinflussung, die da von Jossi und seinen Mitstreitern recherchiert worden ist. Und mein Eindruck aus der Lektüre der deutschen Medien der letzten Tage ist noch nicht so richtig wahrgenommen worden, was für einen Impact auch diese neue Recherche von ihm hat, wenn wir sprechen über die Verwicklung, über die sehr, sehr engen Verbindungen zwischen Israel, also dem staatlichen Israel und der deutschen Politik- und Medienszene. Das wird vielleicht heute auch kurz zur Sprache kommen. Wir werden das so machen wie gestern Abend. Es wird eine kurze Runde geben mit Eröffnungsstatements, kürzer oder länger, muss auch gar nicht lang sein. Wer das will, ich möchte dann nachher mein Podium bitten, dass wir versuchen, uns dann danach eher kurz zu halten und sozusagen miteinander wirklich ins Gespräch zu kommen und zu diskutieren, dass es nicht nur so eine Abfolge von Monologen ist. Dietrichsen, darf ich dich bitten, mit deinem Eröffnungsstatement zu beginnen?
Ja, vielen Dank, Eva. Ich wollte oder bin gebeten worden, etwas zur Rolle des Feuilletons zu sagen. Das mache ich also kurz in ein paar historischen Abschnitten und dann sage ich noch kurz was zu den Eckpfosten, den Pfeilern, zwischen denen sich das bewegt, nämlich die Kategorien Mitte, links und rechts, einmal vor 89 und einmal der Gegenwart. Es ist, wenn man vom Niedergang der BRD spricht, dann ist natürlich das Feuilleton verdächtig, dabei eine besondere Rolle gespielt zu haben, denn das Feuilleton gibt es ja nur in der BRD. Und es ist sozusagen als ein Mechanismus oder aber auch eine Lokalität, die Öffentlichkeit strukturiert, Diskurse pflegt, begießt, züchtet, aber auch abschneidet, isoliert, in Gewächshäuser sperrt etc. Das sind alles völlig verschiedene Möglichkeiten dabei, sehr spezifisch für diese Geschichte der deutschen oder der deutschsprachigen Öffentlichkeit. Aber vor allem für die Deutsche. Man vermisst es ja auch dann vor allem, wenn man irgendwie in einem Ausland ist, das nicht Deutsch spricht und irgendwann entdeckt man dann, was es da stattdessen gibt. London Review of Books zum Beispiel. Die Idee, dass alle Formen des Denkens und Diskutierens, die dem politischen Ernst des Lebens zugrunde liegen und im politischen Teil der Zeitung seriös, aber auch natürlich immer tendenziös und strategisch behandelt werden, im Feuilleton offen und spielerisch untersucht werden können. Also Kindervorschuss klingt nicht nur auf den ersten Blick sehr schön, wie eine Spannungsübung, Yoga in einem festbefahrenen Betrieb, wie eine abgemilderte Version der ästhetischen Grundregel der westlich-bürgerlichen Kunstautonomie. Das so bestimmte Verhältnis von Ernst zu Lockerung, von Konsequenzialität zu Spiel hat natürlich seine Probleme. Natürlich mutet es paradiesisch an, wenn wir uns heute daran erinnern, dass es eine Zeit gab, nennen wir sie die 1970er, in der eine große deutsche Tageszeitung ihr Feuilleton mit einer 1,5-seitigen Besprechung eines Bresson-Films oder eines Porträts von Josef von Sternberg aufmachen konnte. Der Preis der Schönheit war aber die klar territorial und ideologisch festgelegte politische Linie des restlichen Blattes. Der Umstand, dass etwas Kühnes nicht an sich, sondern als Zustand im Rahmen einer ansonsten so oder so positionierten Publikation geschah. Seit es ungefähr nach dem Ende der alten BRD-Mode ist, zu glauben, es gebe rechts und links nicht mehr, oder die alten Rahmen passten nicht mehr zur Strukturierung der Öffentlichkeit, nach dem vermeintlichen Ende der Geschichte. Verschwinden diese grobe Orientierung vorübergehend und es kommt zu Neuausrichtung. Die gewissermaßen organisierte Weltfremdheit des feuilletonistischen Schöngeistes wird durch die allgemeine journalistische Forderung nach Gegenwartsbezug ersetzt, beziehungsweise darüber hinaus Sarkasmus und Ironie folgen auf den schönen Geist, auf Bourdieuismus und gelegentlich auch linke Ideologie. Das Feuilleton soll jetzt zum einen die kulturell-technologische, öffentlichkeitsstrukturelle Zukunft ermitteln, zum anderen so Dinge tun wie den Hipster- und Popjournalismus eingemeinden bzw. ersetzen. Also Diskurse, die aus unterschiedlichen Gründen gezielt gegen dieses Feuilleton entstanden sind. Das wird gerade in neuen Büchern aufgearbeitet, wie von Erika Tomalla und in dem Buch von Philipp Goll, Western Dissidents, dieses Schreiben gegen das Feuilleton und wie es dann irgendwann im Feuilleton gelandet ist. FAZ und Süddeutsche tauschen in dieser Zeit im großen Stil MitarbeiterInnen ihres jeweiligen Feuilletons gegeneinander aus, um sozusagen auch klarzustellen, dass links und rechts nichts mehr zu besagen haben. Diese Zeit wird durch viele neue Projekte und gleichzeitig die zunehmende Wahrnehmung eines nahen Endes von Print geprägt. Hektische Innovation und autoritär-charismatische Redaktionsleitungen prägen diese Phase. Nach dieser Phase, vielleicht bis in die mittleren Nullerjahre reicht, vermischen sich nach und nach drei neue Einflüsse mit den alten Beständen. Das ist also die Gegenwartssituation. Erstens, die erst nur geahnte Erkenntnis, dass es einen neuen Öffentlichkeitstypus in der digitalen Kultur gibt, dem es nicht mehr um Inhalte als solche geht, sondern nur noch um die Organisation des Beteiligtseins. Partizipation ist das neue Spektakel, war damals meine Parole. Wer schlau ist,
I used to call it. We talk about algorithms. They do touch everything, but traditional print media is disappearing. A structuralistic approach focused mainly on rhetoric. You were against relativism, against comparison. You did not want to replace victims by perpetrators. That cancel things. There might be a good reason to exchange the roles of victim and perpetrator because the past narrative was maybe plain wrong. There's a gap in self-confidence, and in that gap, a new authoritarianism rises. Duty becomes an important motto. And words are given a new meaning. I'm not talking about censorship in the classical sense of the term, but about new forms of criticism, about legal definitions of meaning. That's about, I'm talking about the war in Gaza, about interpreting works of arts as well. People started talking about the dispute of historians 2.0. I used to defend political correctness as saying things as they are, as being a defense against racism. I'm not complaining about regulation, but I'm complaining about historically grown ideologic regulation. I have experience with decades of rebellion against the feuilleton from the inside and from the outside, and maybe to put that into a political perspective, you can have a political map made up of different components. Some of these stay, others are being replaced. The political matrix of the Federal Republic of Germany before '89 had a center which was based on three statements. First, there is an imperial West. Secondly, we're part of that as perpetrators. And thirdly, that's good because it gives us freedom of speech and so forth. Then there was the left position saying, yes, there is hegemony of the West. Secondly, we are part of it. Third, that's wrong. And then there's the right-wing position saying there is a hegemony of the West. Second point, we are the victims. And then the new political matrix that grew after 1989 until now. There is the anti-German center liberal position, saying there is an anti-liberal, anti-West, Iran, Putin, and so forth. We, as white liberals, will soon be victims of this alliance because we dealt with our past as perpetrators. And the consequence of that is, thirdly, we need to invest more in defense. We need to strengthen our military. The left decolonial position was there is a hegemony of the West with fascist tendency. Secondly, we are victims with the consequence activism. There is no perspective for the state. Maybe there is a counterculture. And then on the right, there is a woke. We, the Christians, the Russians, and some others are the victims. The consequence is we have to take power. Thank you.
Das war schon einmal ein Start.
Thank you very much. Fantastic warm-up for our panel. Yossi, let me ask you to go next. You don't engage much in theory. You work practically as a journalist. Please, you may go next. Yes, I tried to boil it down to 3 points to define the current situation after October 7th. And why there's not even the idea of a discourse in German media. Empathy and lack of empathy. Up until a few years ago, terms such as anti-racism maybe had lost their meaning, but still had some consensus. And there was a discussion about the question, where do you come from? And the question, how are you? Seems to have racist connotations after October 7th. I'm concerned by that because after October 7th, I have been asked several times, how are you? How's your family? Are you all right? Are they all right? Friends, colleagues, acquaintances. When Germans show empathy, I think that's suspicious. And I really, really felt bad at the time. But there was kind of a media campaign, ask your Jewish friends in the West how they are doing. Yes, maybe we should get the Germans to show some emotion more often. But when I met a Palestinian friend from Gaza a couple of weeks later, on October 14th, a lot of his family had been killed, and he told me that nobody had asked him how he was, not his work colleagues, not his fellow students, and that made me think that age-old question is no longer an innocent one. And for me, that was difficult on an emotional level as well. What happened with the German media was that they tried to share the pain of Israel. And for someone who knows Israel, who's lived there, who has lived in a kibbutz, it was weird to witness that, to see these Germans suffering even though they didn't know anyone over there. But empathy allowing to show emotion blocks you from free thinking. If you feel emotions, you cannot really engage in discussion, you cannot really change perspective. And that's what I currently observe, that it's difficult for people to change perspective. And so empathy became an excuse for lack of empathy. That's my first point. And the second point, and I would like to hear your view on that as well, I saw feuilleton creeping into the news. For us, as a reader, it has become difficult to draw the line between feuilleton, between opinion and news. It's becoming increasingly difficult to follow the news on the internet. For journalists, we think in pages. We look on page 9. For normal readers, that is void of, or has become void of meaning. And we had a whole investigative team looking at where did Gerhard Thunberg take the wrong, where did Greta Thunberg, when did Greta Thunberg go wrong? We have a lot of people who write opinion pieces stating wrong facts, because there's no fact-checking in German news, and that's what I mean, this blurring of the line between opinion and news. And that brings me to my last point. I see great inequality. I think we witnessed a cultural turn over the last years. I see an American influence at the same time, we did not take on board US-American diversity. We have very little diversity. So there is the identitarian shift and a very unequal setting. And there are newspapers where Ahmed Mansour is the Palestinian person, or person with the Palestinian background, who writes most pieces. And I don't name any newspapers because as a journalist I write for almost all of them. But we have the identitarian movement in the feuilleton, the others are excluded, and this is not reflected by the rest of the media.
Du hast mir jetzt auch was erklärt.
You explained something to me which made me think directly after the 7th of October, because the first weeks after the 7th of October, I repeatedly normal Germans who have no ties to, you know, that region, they started crying. I saw that at the Frankfurter Book Fair. You know, completely people who are unrelated to that or not personally related to that, and I didn't understand where this these emotions come from, and it was also odd to me, but I think you logically explained that quite well. Mr. Bonners, we both many years ago worked under Frank Schirmacher at the FAZ, and when, just like yesterday evening, I would have to say which times where things worked for me as an Austrian in that country. So it was really the period where I worked for at the FAZ around 2000, the year 2000. Frank Schirmacher was a great man. He was an autocrat. He had held a lot of power, and something he did that I'm really missing is that he wanted a political feuilleton that discussed matters, and Schirmacher back then really looked and searched for the anti-thesis in the feuilleton to really counter these discourses and be the leading feuilleton in the country. And those times are over. The FAZ as it is today in its form, I don't recognize it. There's a lot of contention for me also. I fight with the people at the FAZ by, via email. So I'm looking forward what you have prepared for this panel today, Mr. Bonners.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you so much. I actually did prepare something, just a few small notes. It was a case study actually about the feuilleton or the policies around the feuilleton of the FAZ, but I will go back in time a little bit. I will also talk about Mr. Schirmacher as well, because just you mentioned it. Just in a nutshell, I will address something and say something about Mr. Schirmacher sometimes. And of course, when you experience it yourself, of course, there were positive aspects, and you have to be careful with what you say and to not idolize him too much. But sometimes, especially today on social media, you are addressed and you can see or you think about what would Schirmacher have said in this position to this topic or about this topic. And I don't want to be too spiritual or religious about this. We can't be too serious, but it's nice that the readers are interested, of course. We are journalists here, and we work in the shadow of the past because, of course, even Mr. Schirmacher, 10 years after his death, still triggers this kind of curiosity, and that is, of course, a testimony to his being. Now I want to address the case study about the fall and rise of the GDR, also in the context of anti-Semitism and the Middle East. So, Mr. Schirmacher, as you mentioned, for him, these feuilleton debates, and this is also very, regrettable, that this taken for granted, there's pro and con in a feuilleton, is something that Mr. Schirmacher upheld. And when you thought, oh, there is no room for debate, and that this context, or also in today's symposium, there's no room to discuss because we have the facts, and others say we are not allowed to discuss this. And that's where he came in. I don't want to defend him, but he started the debates and he led them, and he really made sure that people are invested, and he really threw himself into that to really stir things up. And most of you will probably remember this or know this from the book fairs, or also from Martin Weiser when it was about the Peace Prize. He really stood in front of an audience and said, or if someone came up and said, I don't want to see anything about Auschwitz anymore, then Schirmacher came in and said, let's talk about it, and I think that is something that he did really well. If you look at the history of feuilletons and the press and coverage, Mr. Dietersen also mentioned it. Of course, you have to look at it very clearly and precisely, but there were peace talks between Walter Bubis and so on and so forth. And that's something he did really well. And what I actually really want to say, Ignaz Bubis also plays a role here in what I'm saying now. So something from the facts and sources of a prominent feuilleton debate, the Fassbinder debate, if you all remember, It was about the Staat und der Tod from Rainer Fassbinder, his book that's 1985, which they couldn't put on stage in Frankfurt because Ignaz Bubis was of the Jewish community, of course, and they sat on the stage in Frankfurt in the theater, and that led the people who put up the play to say, okay, we won't play it, you know, and that is a really interesting aspect. And you can compare it to today. You can discuss the freedom of art, artistic expression. Also the question of this for the city of Frankfurt, should that play have been put on display or in the theater or not? I think that is too long of a discussion, but we're focusing on the media today. What is the role of the FAZ in this controversy? Well, for the first part, at least that's my impression, the FAZ isn't as present anymore in the discussions as they used to. You know, the images we have when the stage was occupied, for instance, that sort of spirit is not there anymore. And in terms of content, by doing that, in 1976 in Cannes, there was a film of Fassbinder's book. Was Daniel Schmid, a Swiss director. It's called Schatten der Engel. And there, under this aspect of the history of the freedom of artistic expression, the question whether or how almost, or, you know, the state censors these things. There was also a delegation protesting against this film and that the film shouldn't even be part of the competition. And then this protest had its consequences, and the film wasn't shown. And even before this happened, the FAZ Feuilleton, out of nowhere, a debate was started on this play. The play was printed in the edition of Surkamp. So Joachim Fest then, he was back then the publisher of the Feuilleton and the predecessor of Mr. Schirmeyer. And there was a title in the Feuilleton and a small article. There were also quotations from the play in question. That was interesting because these quotations, they really spoke for themselves, and there was it was said that Fassbinder was an anti-Semitist in these quotes. So this initiation of this debate and its consequences, that's something I would like to address now. The overarching issue is something that is also very viral today, is left-wing anti-Semitism, which is actually the dangerous kind of anti-Semitism, is what he wrote, and that he also has some bizarre statements on that about left and right-wing and anti-Semitism, but I can't really elaborate this today, but it's very interesting how he actually brings forward proof, in his opinion at least, which anti-Semitism is dangerous. Let's talk about the Feuilleton article of Fest. He utters his opinion on the war of cultures. How did he do it? He was very provocative toward his opponents, the German left-wing intellectualists and also the Surkamp publishing house. And he wrote, "We can assume that numerous intellectuals of this country who are smart people will also address this," and that meaning they will intervene against the play. But we should be more interested in how Surkamp will respond to that. They will probably not say that they, in terms of how much they published on it, that they didn't know about the play. That would have been the German answer. So what I find interesting is that Jürgen Fest, and you will notice, he wrote biographies also about Hitler. And in 1976 already, he had a meta-argument about historical appraisal, and he was very sarcastic. And he said, oh, well, we didn't know anything about it. It's like an old Nazi sort of rhetorical element. So they claimed that they didn't know this title and that it was in the program. And this is what is funny about this. It is macabre, but still interesting to look at. I could let you guess, but I think you know what I'm trying to imply. Everything that Fest said wouldn't happen is actually what happened. They said, the Surkamp publishing house said, we published everything about from Fassbinder, and then they withdrew it because of the article from Mr. Fest with the argument, oh, we didn't know about it. And something that also worked here, you can look at the history of Surkamp, the Surkamp Publishing House, and Siegfried Umfeld wrote a journal, so we have the source, but we don't know who actually wrote it, but there is a source. You can understand, yeah, you really know what he did or what they did every day because he kept a journal, and you can also read how he reacted to exactly that incident. And then 4 days later, on the 23rd of March, the same year, he said, Böll called and said that this impossible play, why do you withdraw it, or what do you do about it? And then he said they should play Max Frisch. We don't know how Max Frisch actually reacted to this. But yes, he was also drawn into that or dragged into this. So in other words, I hope I was able to prove my point. At a very early time, so 10 years before the historic dispute, this self-referencing potential of the feuilleton already had this sort of weight and importance, so that malevolence and poison, you think of the poisonous apple in a fairy tale, that this political cultural system, historical appraisal, is used as a fabric for wars of culture within the cultural system. And that's already been so developed that it was actually possible to, without taking into consideration the consequences, to actually start or kickstart this and to make anti-Semitic criticism towards Mr. Fassbinder. Thank you, Mr. Banners. I will sum up briefly. The power of the feuilleton in 1976 was as, or weighed as much that books were withdrawn. Also, the Surkamp Publishing House was affected by this. In the year 2000, I wrote about the Irving proceedings in London. He was a Holocaust denier. Frank Schirmacher gave me the possibility to, over weeks, cover this story. I had a contract or an oral agreement, let's say, with them. But Surkamp said Holocaust deniers will not have their books published, or stories about them will not be published. So that, you see, is an obstacle there, and also certain behavior of the Surkamp Publishing House. Emily, you have the floor. Well, I will just add to what Mr. Bonners said. I would also like, very briefly, maybe a bit in a disorganized manner, look at anti-Semitics and incidents thereof, about truths, or what felt like truths, and what leads to more uncertainty and insecurities within the Jewish community, and about coverage of anti-Semitic incidents, and also the motivation of actually spreading fear amongst the Jewish communities. So my question is whether that's something that is reflected enough when it comes to media coverage. I will talk about a specific case. I have mentioned this before. 2017, when in all big newspapers and the Spiegel, the Süddeutsche Zeit, FAZ as well, the Berlin local press, they said that before, in front of the Brandenburger Tor, thousands of young men stood there and chanted death to the Jews. That's how this story started and how it was covered, and over the course of 2 weeks the media covered this story. And back then, because when Trump repatriated the Israel embassy, that's also what happened in that context. The Spiegel also reported on that, and I think Heiko Maas was the Minister of Justice back then, and he wrote a guest article that there would be penal consequences and there has to be some sort of prosecution. We started to watch videos about this incident because I attended a lot of Palestinian protests, and I heard this chanting death to the Jews there many, many times. So I looked at the videos of German journalists, Israeli TV, but I've never heard this slogan. So I started to call the police to investigate. The police, speaker of the police called me back and listed what he recorded, death to the Jews and all of that stuff that apparently didn't come up at all. And so what I did was I tried to understand who was the first institution to cover it like this. And I called the journalist who came up with that first. It was Übermedien, which was an online portal of journalists, apparently, who covered that. And in his article, he opened his article with that chanted slogan. He also said that there were these glistening eyes and angry men and a Christmas decoration. So there was a lot of contrast in how he covered it, and that was, of course, very shocking. And he was very surprised because he said none of that was in his article and he'd not heard of that. And then, of course, a lot of other journalists copied his article. And I said I was worried because a lot of people are scared because the Süddeutsche Zeitung, for instance, they have to find Jews who are actually scared. Jews were asked, and they said, yes, of course they are scared hearing all of this. But he said he didn't know about this. He called me back and he said that the editor-in-chief actually just added that to the article, and that didn't really happen. So 3 to 4 men, it was only 3 to 4 men who, after this protest, just said that. And they weren't even in front of the Brandenburger Tor. And they said that in Arabic, which was translated to someone. And apparently the person who did that was a petty criminal or something like that. Yeah. So very odd. I didn't name the journalist because the journalist was afraid that it's become this big. I just wanted to understand how this came about. And of course, it was corrected, matters were corrected, but, you know, it wasn't further appraised, and there was no other coverage on anti-Semitism. And one of the bigger publishers should maybe have corrected this as well. So, in my opinion, this is quite a telling story because this sort of, you know, triggered a sort of a wave of professional opportunities, and you can actually become an officer for anti-Semitic questions. So that was sort of the result of all of that. I wanted to talk about something before the 7th of October. What I asked the journalist when we were on the phone, because I wanted to make it clear to him that, or I wanted to ask him why he wanted Jews to be afraid. And his reaction when I wrote the article, I was compared to Horst Mahler. I had 2 legs and he had only 1. I was quite shocked that this comparison was made. I was called an anti-Semitist, and there were other things chanted throughout this protest. That's also something I wrote about, by the way. But the demand, or at least I felt that it's not important whether it's true or not, but that it could be true was more important. And that tells us a lot about perception within the German public sphere, and that has consequences. I only have anecdotal proof for that, but Jews and people are afraid, and I think that is tied to how things are covered by the media, and we can also measure it. We know it from media and coverage, which is done by monitoring agencies like the RIAS and the police. They record these cases, and they see that there is a rise in anti-Semitic acts. We know this from the media, and what is unclear, however, is that there is a rise in anti-Semitic posters or things that were interpreted as anti-Semitic. No pride in apartheid, for instance, is one of these slogans, or whether they're anti-Semitic manslaughters or whatnot. Of course, and this leads to fear. Before coming here, I looked at the statistics, but for me, it's hard to interpret the data because, you know, there are limits to statistics. But I wanted to look and see whether violent anti-Semitic acts were on the rise, and they were. It was 88 cases in 2008, and 2024 it was 137. So, you know, it was 2 years ago that it was at 88 cases. So you see it more than doubled. And we also don't see in the statistics who the victims actually are. But I looked at the murders or assassination of Jews. In 2021, there are 5 anti-Semitically motivated murders in Germany. There was a person who, during Christmas skies of Corona, someone who didn't want to get a vaccination, and they had a forged vaccination document, and they caught his wife at work with that, and she was suspended. She was at home with the 3 kids and her husband, and he was afraid, and he then killed his wife and his 3 kids and himself. And these are the 5 anti-Semitic murders. The kids were not Jewish. The husband didn't feel Jewish. Anti-Semitic violence can be applied against non-Jews, of course. It's just about the motivation behind the violence. And in his manifest on his computer, he wrote about theories on vaccination, chips in your brain, and whatnot. So there was an element of conspiracy and Jews, and you might remember this. But I'm getting to my point. I understand that you say that this case has to do with anti-Semitism, but to categorize this an anti-Semitic murder, I doubt that, or questionable. I find that questionable. If someone steals a banana, who's a Jew, to then call this an anti-Semitic robbery, I think how to categorize this should be, rethought.
An der Stelle möchte ich schon noch.
At this point, I would like to address the journalists present here or following on the live stream. Diaspora Alliance, the organization that you direct, has conducted a survey, a study, a report on the data sets, on RIAS data sets that are used for anti-Semitism reports. And it turns out that we are currently actually unable to say what is factually happening in Germany. Your example of the 5 anti-Semitic murders is obviously satire, but the story nonetheless continues. Ital Masha, who works for Diaspora, found out that one of the anti-Semitic events was speech by Moshe Zimmermann. So this Diaspora Alliance report on RIAS and on how RIAS collects alleged facts is online, is accessible. You can have a look at it yourselves and you can do your own thinking. It's there. Fear-mongering is another important point. German journalists seem to try to scare Jews in Germany as much as possible, which obviously is a problem. We're all aware of the fact there is anti-Semitism, but it helps no one if the German media identify it here, there, and everywhere, even where it's not present. On October 7th, there were media reports about rejoicing in the Sonnenallee. There were maybe 65 people and one person had a plate of baklava. But the legend of these Islamists rejoicing and dancing in German streets because Hamas attacked Israel is not true. 65 people and a plate with baklava. That doesn't mean there are no problems, but we should not make up everything, and I think this is something the German media needs to address. I haven't prepared anything. I can maybe add to what Emily has said. I don't call myself a journalist. Sometimes I write essays on certain topics. I know something about some things, and but I haven't had journalistic training, nor do I call myself a journalist. But nonetheless, I've written pieces for the big ones, for Spiegel, for Zeit, and so forth. I do remember the first time Israel and Iran traded blows before the 12-day war, the first exchange of hostilities, and I was approached by the Süddeutsche Zeitung, and they asked me, could you make a piece about that? And I said, well, I'm on holiday, but nonetheless, I can do it. And yeah, right. He actually sent me an article to give me an idea for my article, an article by a journalist that I cannot take seriously, however hard I try. And I sort of had an idea which direction he wanted, and I wrote a brief email in reply and said, I can most certainly write a piece, but I'm sure you're aware of my position. I won't write what my colleague has written. But on the other hand, I have a certain understanding of the conflict. I understand if you do not want, or if you cannot publish this, please approach me to write on other issues. And his reply was, okay, I'll approach you to report on other issues. Next day, I get another call from the Süddeutschen Zeitung. So they don't know each other, and asked me the same question, asked me to write a piece. We talk on the phone, and Israel had attacked the embassy in Damascus, and I talk about that, and I feel that he doesn't want that. He wants Iran to have started the war. And we have a brief conversation, and he said, we have someone from Israel criticizing Israel. We cannot have someone from Iran. Well, what do you want to hear? And he said, well, you are against the regime, aren't you? Well, yes. What can you do against the regime? And my answer was, well, if I knew, I wouldn't be living in exile. I wouldn't be abroad. I wouldn't be living in exile. And yeah, it gets better. I offer something to him. I say, well, I know quite well what happened, because I am sort of fascinated by the technical aspects of war. We here today do not really know what a bomb of several tons does. Maybe every Prussian citizen knew what a cannon or a gun did. But if we read about ballistic missiles being fired, we don't know what they are. They cost $20,000 a piece. They travel at the speed of a car. They can be shot down with drones. They actually exist to be shot down with drones. They actually cause economic damage because they're quite cheap, but you need to spend a lot of money to shoot them down. I'm going into great detail here, but I think it's maybe interesting. I told this guy, well, I could tell you something about what's really happening. And during that conversation, I did not use the term, and I hadn't even thought the term. I'm talking about the term genocide. At the time, I hadn't wanted to use the word genocide, and he said, well, you don't have to call it a genocide. And my answer was, well, I had no intention of doing so. What I see in Gaza is an act of revenge and annihilation. And he boldly said, well, that's no problem for me. And actually, I was asked to write an opinion piece. So I write my article, I send it to him, and it gets edited, and that line is taken out. And then I talked to him and he said, you agreed, you supported me. And he started mumbling and I told him, well, you have to decide, do you want me to write the article or do you want me only to sign it? I insist on that statement, and that was enough for that statement to make it into the article. I think a lot was due to people being afraid, not due to editors censoring. Well, I see this as a very generous remark from your side. For those of you who don't know it, Bezat Karimkhani published some rather pointed pieces, and they were published by the Berliner Zeitung in the end. Yes, was the answer. That's why I almost only write for them now. After the Zeit published the column by Maxim Biller, where he said the starvation of Gaza is strategically right, even if it is inhumane. I should look up the quotation. And there must be a right to publish opinions like this, but there must also be a right to publish diverging positions. And there is a whole list of pieces that weren't published. And Zeit should have published a counterposition. That's what I expect from a functioning feuilleton. Schirmacher published horrific text, yes, but you always have to present the counterpiece as well. That's what I expect from pluralistic media. I messed up. We're running out of time. I'm asking you now to briefly dare an outlook. Bezat Karimkhani gave the Weltbühne a new life. Emily Dischebecker set up the Diaspora platform where English-speaking texts can be published. Yossi investigates for ND, for the Taz. Taz publishes a lot of horrific pieces, but also publishes the counterposition. It's one of the only newspapers I respect because they publish texts that make me flinch in agony, but they publish the counterposition as well. So what's your outlook? Yossi, please keep it brief. I want a discussion. Well, I wanted to say something on Fassbinder, and I know how Fassbinder is being reported on in Israel, and there is a left-wing tabloid in Israel that reported on Frankfurt and a crime in Frankfurt in the 50s and 60s, and there are a lot of interesting reports on Frankfurt. And when this anti-Semitism scandal was published, then this newspaper really talked to people and said, that's not against Jews, it's only about this one person. We're talking about people, and that's a completely neutral and objective piece on that person. I don't know if that's true. What's interesting to me is, as someone who sees different medias in different countries, is that international collaboration is the way forward. What if German and Israel journalists would actually talk to each other? That would be really interesting. And I tried to work internationally And I think it's really important for a feuilleton and for a political debate to limit this on to Germany is not good for no one, and I think maybe that's the way forward. Okay, maybe Emily, you can briefly say something as well. Well, Dietrich talked about organized global ignorance, and I think cooperation is the only way for small media to fund themselves. That's what we do with Diaspora. We're part of 2 large groups, not only to do large research and investigative projects internationally, because you can find out a lot more, because people abroad can maybe use the respective Freedom of Information Acts to find out things, but most people actually get their information from the social media. Dietrich, you published a text on the Merkur where you attacked anti-German positions, and you were attacked for that text. If you were to write a major piece, who would you offer it to? Lin Review? Well, I did not set them up, but I like writing for them. And they show one thing. The German feuilleton is, on the one hand, opened up to texts from other languages, in English, in French, and other languages as well. But beyond that, I also think they have very interesting content. The idea of review feuilletons, as we know from the English-speaking world, that might be some new idea for publishing. Micha Bromnik has recently passed away, and he sat on stage in Frankfurt and dealt with this in his unique manner. I can't list all the things he did now and here, but he's someone we should not forget, because he's someone we dearly miss. But let me ask again, those who used to publish your text in the past are no longer being approached by you. No, in large part, they no longer exist, and in the world we live in, there has been a great shift. I mentioned 2 books by Erika Tomala and by Philip Gold. And these 2 books are quite interesting. I disagree with some turns the Tomala book takes, but these were fantasies of publications that then became boring or mainstream. But we see new things also in what Bezat is doing, and I think, yeah.
Ich würde eigentlich gerne diese Sache noch kurz, wir können aber, ob man nicht auch über die Versachlichung der Debatte trotzdem sprechen könnte.
We could also talk about a more fact-based debate. Yes, that's the question I wanted to ask to Mr. Barnes. If we look at what you publish on social media, there's an ideological gap between what your employer, the FAZ, usually says on these topics. that always comes from one side. But I wanted to react to what Dietrich said. I write a text and I don't offer it to certain editors because I think, well, they will disagree anyway. But maybe that's wrong already. Maybe I should get turned down and then make a mental note of that. But how's that for you at the FAZ newspaper? Because you're of a different opinion to your editor on certain aspects, on certain topics. Are social media an opportunity for you to say things that you cannot write in your newspaper?
Naja, ich sehe mich eigentlich nicht.
I don't see myself as someone who principally is responsible for the Middle East conflict and therefore for what on the German side is implied. And I might look at historical and political questions, you know, within that context. And so for me, social media, it used to be Twitter, now it's Blue Sky. I'm not active on there as an FAZ journalist. To me, it's just a platform to exchange political opinions and to mention them, to counter-argue. Of course, you know, there is a certain reach there, and these opinions are maybe not just, or you know, certain newspapers do lack, you know, a variety of opinions. So if I every now and again on these platforms say something about the international political stage, then those are not issues which I would address or which are within my responsibilities at the newspapers. And now your question about the German discussion or discourse. A few years ago, I wrote 2 articles, and they were published in the Sonntagszeitung on their debates, in their debates section, and they could have also been published in the Feuilleton on the definition of anti-Semitism. And since we're talking about anecdotes, I will now also just mention an anecdote, a personal anecdote, that is, about these 2 articles. I don't want to, you know, advertise myself, but these 2 articles I just mentioned and I wrote, which in a nutshell had the thesis about what Ms. Dische-Becker said about fear-mongering or panic-mongering and anti-Semitism. So in my article, or those 2 articles, I had 2 arguments I brought forward. They were very technical and they were very straightforward. If there is an artificial and definition of anti-Semitism that lacks credibility, to me, that is a way of defining anti-Semitism which doesn't include the definition of a well-known linguist. And if that's the definition use for anti-Semitism, then you spread it in an artificial way. That's an argument I brought forward, which I laid down, or outlined rather, in 2 short articles, because in my opinion, this was a logical argument. And that was sufficient that today on social media, that's something that is haunting me, that I'm confronted with. I don't want to avoid this bullet, if you like, but I also don't want to repeat myself all the time. And now to my anecdote. It was no problem for me to publish these 2 articles in the newspapers I've mentioned. I talked to the Feuilleton editors about this. And so I'm not very creative when it comes to headlines, okay? So I gave the article, I handed it in, and I thought my colleagues would then come up with the headline. However, in this case, it was different. In the Sonntagszeitung, you have to have a very short headline in the opinion section. So I put anti-Semitism in inverted commas, okay? In quotation marks. And some colleagues were very careful, because I understand you have to be careful when it's about anti-Semitism, of course. I once attacked the Central Council and BRD at the same time, and then a colleague of mine came and told me, "Are you sure you want to not give this article a rest for a day?" And the headline was in quotation mark. The anti-Semitism was in quotation mark. And my colleagues asked, "Do you not want to rephrase that?" And I said, "Actually, no, I'm fine with this, because that exactly is my hypothesis. It is about anti-Semitism from different perspectives. And in Germany, there are different definitions about anti-Semitism. And just because I write it this way doesn't mean it belongs to one or the other." And so, you know, I had some hope that the internet would maybe, you know, investigate and look at thoughts that I put into this world. Robert Hochner, who's a journalist, said that the revenge of the journalist is the archive. That was something he coined. However, this virtue got lost. Emily, is that something you sort of targeted? No, I'm very, you know, pleased. I really wanted to have a factual discussion about why this is so difficult. I don't know what the framework is for this, but the question of what this triggers when it comes to other topics is something you can, you know, go figure out. If it's not clear what the exact threat is, then Jewish life doesn't become nicer or more comfortable in Germany. And that's why I think one should really try to motivate the colleagues to call that into question as to how you write about it, and not be hysterical about it, but be factual about it and really say how it is. For good things, you do not have to come up with the lies, what my father taught me. Well, we shouldn't avoid, you know, being factual, and it should be easy to tackle these questions in a factual manner, to write down who claims what. And we saw it over the last few days when it comes to the campaign against Sophie von der Tann. She's an AfD correspondent, and in my opinion, this campaign we were able to stop it because it became the lack of credibility. It wasn't just so credible because of that person. And it's sad to see that the Israeli ambassador over years and months tries to fight for this cause, and then you pick out individuals and attack them with no foundation at all. Then it would really help to have a factual approach to avoid all of this. And then, of course, you can proceed and you can talk about the content more, or interpret more, maybe. If there is an official in the state and says, oh, there is a culture of anti-Semitism or whatnot, then you as a journalist have to ask the question, what exactly do you mean? Which level are we talking about? And it's like, oh, we're talking about the documenta. What exactly do you mean? That's the job of the journalist, to investigate. What exactly do you mean? Clarify. Some people say this is an anti-Semitic book. Others were of another opinion. So it is really important to factually establish who means what and who said what. And to make sure that anti-Semitism just doesn't spread like this, like a wildfire. there were anti-Semitic cultural magazines at some time in Germany. There was an anti-Semitic FAZ even at some point. So, you know, you have to, as a journalist, investigate this carefully. I would like to point out two things about the documenta. I agree, this anti-Semitic detail in this book existed, but the interesting thing about it was that months after, a lot of journalists came to castles to look for anti-Semitism, and then things happened that were really interesting, because all images with longer, where you could see longer noses, or the Pinocchio puppet show, or the shadow theater, and you know, who had longer noses, I guess, or depicted as such. Every image was censored, and it was, people pretended as if the Germans came up with these images, or even the caricatures of Palestinian artists, the depiction of Jews, for instance. That freedom was granted, you know, to write about this or to depict it as such. And, you know, the idea that this obsession about what certain types of people look like is something that is really interesting, and how it is, you know, portrayed and talked about. I think it's good that we made the ARC, but I'm slightly worried, because what I think is missing is this idea that journalists amongst each other can show solidarity. For instance, the Deutsche Welle, 6 people were kicked out. Courts even found that that was not lawful, and the editors and offices didn't say anything about that. You know, they didn't back them. Yes, that's true. We have to take a realistic angle, and worst case scenario, people would be cynical about it, but Sophie von der Tann was, you know, covered all the time, almost every day. She is on the BR ticket, like Julia Roos. And there she, you know, she's talked about, but the public broadcaster will not shoot at their own correspondents, you know. And the result here is that someone like Voskuhle actually raised their voice, but you now have to take stock and look at the situation as it is. The FAZ had a pro and con discussion, or also a correspondent from Tel Aviv of our newspapers actually looked at this in a factual way and took stock, and something positive was taken out. Well, positive is only when the public broadcasters find something, you know, positive about this. But there was another journalist who was just dismissed with a few articles, and she was just, you know, kicked out. And I think the revenge of an author is also the archive. Emil Hazard is also a case that needs to be discussed. Maybe you can say something about that. I would like to answer your question, the question you asked about what should we do with this. Well, we are partisans in you know, in what we write. We have this Wagenburg mentality that you just mentioned, and Slavoj Žižek writes for us, and he says, farewell to the good old times, be that for the FAZ and so on. And ironically, the Springer publishing house, or the Berliner Zeitung, is it now, and we pay them well, yes, has to be said. That's the big trick, you know. And it works every time. So Wagenburg has moved to the center, and Zizek describes it really well. There it works, and in other places it doesn't. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, how are we open to this? And I think my life would be more difficult if it wasn't as it is now. So I would actually take the more difficult life if, in exchange, we would have great authors who would come back to the big newspapers. But we need to know where they are, these great authors. Yossi, you also wanted to say something about that. We're being very careful, and that's kind of interesting because the titles or the headlines for articles, they can be pungent, but you still have to be very careful. And I know this from my own experience. Newspapers have to fact check, which I think is a good thing. You know, they have to, you know, find time to do that. But they do it when names are mentioned because of suing, or when it is about Israel. Then the fact-checking is thorough, you know. You can write anything about Palestinians in Gaza. And people tried to sue, but they couldn't sue because of the lack of a signature on a form that had to be handed into a German court. So to be this careful is really interesting, because articles sometimes can hurt us with what they say, and the headlines always say the situation is difficult or not easy. That's the wording. So I want to say that be bolder in the choice of your headlines, you know? That's my message. One point you mentioned at the beginning is something that we should emphasize more when it's about comparing the fate of two journalists that we've just mentioned. Identity minus diversity, that's something that I see as a growing, you know, phenomenon. And it means that from two sides, to contradict a fact is limited, because a pop journalist would speak for themselves, and then they can say whatever they want. They enjoy this freedom. And on the other hand, it's always the same white opinion. So this combination is fatal, because it's not very satisfying, and it's not really the truth, be that subjectively or objectively. And also there is a lack of dynamics. And this sort of development is just not very pleasant. Emily, would you like to add something? No, thank you. Well, then I would say we can stop here for now. And I would say that you here and also people on the stream, there is media who also have unpopular opinions, if you like. And Diaspora is online in 2 languages, Die Weltbühne. Also was confronted with anti-Semitic criticism. And we also have ND and the great investigative journalists who are published. So don't lose hope. Thank you so much for your attention.
Dear Mr. President, Madam President, Mr. Prime Minister, Madam President of the Supreme Court, honorable members of the Knesset, ladies and gentlemen, years of remarkable efforts by the people under difficult conditions, challenges in the struggle against threats, integration immigrants into the community of the state, full of validity and confidence, cultural richness and traditions, connected in a special way through the memory, mass murder, indescribable suffering. I bow before the victims, the breakdown of civilization. Acknowledge historical responsibility grows from the responsibility for the past, attempts to relativize the atrocities. Would have understood neither of our historical responsibility nor the challenges of our time. Everlasting responsibility for the past. Keep the memory alive. Words must become actions. Inalienable and indivisible dignity of every human being. Terror and weapons. Stability, economic prosperity, security, and peace. High-tech nation. Territories. You do not need unsolicited advice from the outside. This historical responsibility is part of my country's reason of state. We in particular have experienced through the miracle of the fall of the wall and through unification that even after decades, when many have long abandoned the idea, profound political changes can occur. Remain a faithful partner and friend.
Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Start the next panel. Ich begrüße Sie herzlich.
Welcome. Welcome to our next panel. We move from feuilleton, from journalism to science. The panel has the title Ali, Fear Eats the Soul, or Dangerous Knowledge, State, Discourse and Disavowal of Reality. I am Sami Khatib. I am your moderator for this panel. Let me just very briefly introduce our panel. And you might recognize when you hear their names what field they're from. Simon Strick is here, culture and media scientist based in Berlin. Nahed Samour, legal scholar, Berlin and Beirut, if I may say so, and Amir Moetzami, Islam Research, Islam in Europe, FU Berlin, and also Muslim Cultures and Societies in Berlin. Daniel Mawecki, to my right. I won't mention his book, but he studied political sciences and lectures at Hong Kong University. To my right, Teresa Coloma-Beck, professor for sociology at Hamburg's Helmut Schmidt University. We have agreed to start with some 5 to 7 minute long statements before engaging in our talk. And with that, I hand over to Simon. Well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. I am Simon Strick. I am working on the rise of fascism in Germany and the US, focusing on the internet, which means I look at what people post on social media. It's my pleasure to be able to open this panel. I am very happy because in very few months, this is the third time in Zurich. I was with Roland Maurer for the workshop React and Respond. Then I was at the Stranger Than Fiction conference by Sylvia Sasse. And at the moment, it seems like a tunnel system that helps us smuggle concepts and ideas. And I'm really happy that this tunnel system exists. From my point of view, we need these tunnels because the ideas of governments and main actors in society have become rather fantastic and paranoid. We have heard a lot about fantasy statistics, about hegemony and so on, which means there are fantasy worlds that do really eat at our souls. They also eat at the actions of our governments. They change the way society and science works, and therefore also change the use of social media. On our everyday perception, and as a follow-up to the discussion in Zurich over the last 2 months and of yesterday's workshop, it's what we call objection in our title, or shift in reality. And that objection creates mass access to fantastic worlds on social media. We're talking about dream worlds, paranoid worlds, people fleeing reality, which have an actual use value for people. These worlds allow people to engage in live action role play, which is necessary and popular because the public in Germany and elsewhere has to find ways to deal with the war of annihilation and racism in everyday life. In yesterday's workshop, we said how to be okay with genocide. And to be okay with genocide, you need your imagination in your everyday life. And with that, I would like to show you a brief video. Just imagine Hamas enters here, this room. This is Ulf Poschardt, publisher of the Springer Group, and he said this June this year at the Vienna Congress, Congress curated by Milo Rau. Poschardt, that was part of his 45-minute rant, and he is angry. He wants to provoke. When he says, imagine Hamas comes in here, he wants to be something like the pop culture avant-garde of reason of state. I would read that sentence as John Lennon's Imagine. Imagine says, imagine all the people, and Poschardt says, imagine Hamas. It's his utopia, a world where terrorism of Islamism, the new Nazis, as Netanyahu calls them, the hate against Jews and the absolute evil cannot be simply found everywhere and anywhere, but will actually come here to us. So it's an invitation to engage in role play. It's an invitation to fantasia, to a fantastic world. Poschardt invites the audience at the event to imagine Hamas comes in. And yesterday's letter of protest against our event also wanted people to imagine something. It wanted people to imagine us attacking remembrance culture or Israel. Poschardt, what Poschardt says could be called cultural imagination or mass psychosis I like to talk about meme-like policy because it's actually about policy being guided through memes. Let me show in a few examples how this fantastic perception is used on Twitter. This fantasy helps people to reinterpret reality in their everyday lives while it happens or even before it happens. You could do this without commentary from my side. I'm going to show you some screenshots and images, and they speak for themselves. Please go back.
Okay, das ist also von Twitter. Die Szene.
That is Twitter, Silvester 2023, 2 months after October 7th, after the Hamas attack. And the newspaper reports about celebrations in Berlin. Berlin is preparing for New Year's Eve. Police bans fireworks. Gerrit Sebald on the left-hand side is there live, and he prepares his audience for the extraordinary situation. There are checkpoints being set up, passports are being checked, backpacks are being controlled, a little border regime is being set up. People are fearing terror from Palestinian use. Then Max reports live from the expected combat zone. He came with his streaming material to report on the war between Hamas fans, or as he calls them, and the police, and he frames it as a major fight. He wants to show his streaming audience the fall of Western civilization through Islamistic terror. And this New Year's Eve scene from 2023 is available on Twitter for everyone's imagination to use. Thomas Alsleben posts a comment saying Neukölln is now Little Gaza. On the one hand, you can't get out. On the other hand, terror is reigning. Then we have user Insulana. He agrees with this statement that Neukölln is Little Gaza, and he escalates it. He says all of Berlin is Gaza, sponsored by the government due to the Great Exchange. It's a war zone. It's a zone where Berlin police, just like IDF, has to act to stop the bombs of terror. And these tweets speak out what these roadblocks and past checks already hinted at. We need to cordon off a certain space where we need to apply different rules. It's a fantastic space. I don't have to spell it out in detail, but the story is Neukölln is Gaza, Germany is Israel, migrants are Hamas, German police is the IDF, the Germans are Israel Jews. There are endless possibilities to read this and to use this to your own ends. Please, could I have the next picture? A lot of people participate in this collective imagination, and that's an AI image on the left-hand side. There's a meme on the right-hand side. People expect Berlin in ruins, or people express what they wish for. They want Neukölln in ruins, or they might express their memories. Berlin was in ruins. At the time, it was the Nazis' fault. Now it's the migrants' fault. Or you can frame this as the fight for Middle Earth. The police are the riders of Rohan, and Neukölln with his Hamas fans is Mordor. You've all seen the movie. It's also funny, but this is also the attempt on social media to deny the reality of genocide and German racism. And last but not least, you can use this fantasy as Twitter user Nasenspray. You use this to deal with the real Gaza images, to turn them into a meme and to make them also into figments of imagination, into something that's not really happening. This is not only an act of denying reality from my point of view. This is the use of the destruction of a country and turn it into a joke, into something that's happening in your neighborhood and yet in a completely different world. For me, this is cynical, this is fascist everyday action that you need to be, as we said, okay with genocide. I think the other presentations are going to show that this is present not only on Twitter, but this is something that also guides the actions of our governments and of the majority. And those are two memes that determine the actions of the West, white nationalists and pro-Israel. Okay, and with that, I end my introduction.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank, Simon, für diesen wunderbaren Vortrag. Ich würde eigentlich nach diesen Bildern schon fast gerne mit...
Well, after seeing these images, actually, I want to look at different laws, constitution, and so forth, but I'm going to talk about international law. What does it mean when talking about law and about international law becomes a radical act? How is it possible that talking about the ICC or the ICJ or about norms of international law that used to be liberal, that used to be seen as boring, are being perceived as almost radical? Germany sees itself as a state with the rule of law. What does this mean, or when did Germany move away from Article 25 of its constitution and replace the respect for international law with reason of state? Is Germany moving away from international law because the new norm is that for the Jew to live, Palestinians have to die? There were some decisive moments when, for example, Germany announced during the proceedings South Africa against Israel in the ICC. Germany was the only country that announced to intervene in Israel's favor in court, and that was announced before the court had actually taken position on the proceedings. The press release of the German government stated that this was an act of political propaganda. They were rejecting the allegations against Israel as completely unfounded. Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly thanked Germany for the support. Namibia criticized the decision. The court took position first in January 2024, saying that all signatory states of the Convention on Genocide had an interest to prevent and punish genocide, and that there was an erga omnes duty for all participating states to make sure the treaty was binding. But Germany's action showed a shift in these norms. We're no longer talking about a legal dispute about genocide, but about political loyalties. In the proceedings Gambia against Myanmar, Germany stood in front of the ICC stating that we in particular need to recognize genocide if children are being attacked and if people are forcibly displaced. So Germany made it clear that it was not about a legal analysis, but about political loyalties. Then Germany took position on the arrest warrants of the ICC against Netanyahu and Gallant. Again, Germany was the only country intervening in Israel's favor and presenting a legal position against these arrest warrants rather than emphasizing the Statute of Rome, and to make the connection from Nuremberg to The Hague. Rather than strengthening international penal law, the arrest warrants, differently to the one against Putin, was analyzed in political terms as not helpful, as problematic. So the government no longer talks in legal terms, but argues with reason of state. Even before there was an investigation against Israel on the basis of Article 7. I'm not going to cite all the norms as I would do in front of a court. But even in these other proceedings, Germany asked the court to not pursue these lines of investigations. In June 2024, there was a hearing in the ICJ dealing with apartheid in the occupied territories. And this was an international precedent where 49 nations and 3 international organizations took position for the first time in the history of the court. A lot of European states took an interest in the proceedings and sent their best lawyers to The Hague for this hearing. But Germany did not come. Here, they could have presented their ties to international law. International law used to be seen as a guiding principle, and now one is Germany is distancing itself. Then there was a position paper by the court saying Israel, as the occupying force, does not only have a duty to supply the population with the necessary goods, but also stated that this was to happen through UNRWA, and the court classed UNRWA as irreplaceable. This position paper of October 2024 was the German reaction on that decision was to vote against prolonging the mandate for UNRWA. Again, this is a contradiction between the position paper by the ACJ and Germany's voting against it, which is another step away from the rule of law. And not only the government failed here, but also the legal profession has the task to remind the public that just the knowledge of a real risk, brings a duty for a state to act. And legal scholars did not remind people that the ban on genocide, on apartheid, is jus cogens, is part of binding international law. People were not reminded that violations of international law bring erga omnes duties. Not many scholars raised their voices, and that silence helped the political shift. And suddenly, those who stated that the law was binding found themselves in the corner of the radicals. The impression was that if you apply the law, you cross a political boundary. And not only President Trump suggested resettlement of 2 million Palestinians from Gaza, something that quite clearly would lead to ethnic cleansing. But Felix Klein called it a plan worth examining and an opportunity for a rethink. The government did not really publicly disagree. So a federal officer voiced support for crimes against humanity, while others were reprimanded for support for Palestine. So suggestions that go against international law are not called by their name. All these are parts of the same process. The German government is moving away from its duty to respect international law, is replacing it with the argument of reason of state, and not because this is radical, but because the state is moving away from the rule of law. The state is devaluing the lives of Palestinians and the value of law.
Okay, the microphone is on. Thank you so much for your inputs, Simon. I will add to that. I will do that in a nutshell. We were told to be concise and clear. So this is not really a scientific discussion as it should be on this panel on scientific aspects, but it's just my experience and what I saw in the last 2 years, or maybe even 20 to 30 years in academia. I think I will connect 3 dots, 3 points really, implying dangerous knowledge, but also state discourse and the disavowal of reality, and how that in academia manifests and ramifies. What I'm thinking about a lot is the question of the reason of state, which has been mentioned many times. State of reason of Germany, also knowledge transfer within academia, but also outside academia. Before I start, I would like to give you a little disclaimer. Looking at the Federal Republic of Germany critically leads to the fact that we don't look at Gaza and Palestine. Talking about academia or academic knowledge, I would like to remind you that there was a scholasticide. We all know it. I would still like to emphasize it. That is the destruction of infrastructure, the targeted killing of scientists. Also, that led to the deletion and depletion of knowledge. We can also, say that about Palestine and the journalists killed there. We also know that this is what the security dispositive is aiming at, meaning to deflect and also to look at fantastical phenomena as we saw it. The idea is to create diversion to something what apparently is happening or not happening, to create a narrative. This logic can also be applied to the academic context, even if in all its facets we documented, analyzed, and looked at the international law aspects of the genocide. We have all the diagrams and figures you can think of, but we also know that not all knowledge and figures and facts are weighed in the same way. There is a standard criterion, and so the idea of the reason of state aims at the production of knowledge within academia, and it interprets, and it also is fueled by academia and the knowledge generated there. And so the knowledge that, or a certain kind of knowledge, is more credible, is more emphasized, and that is aligning with what the state wants to say. That is not a coincidence. If you look at the universities and academia, then you can really see that people are being silenced. That's also been documented. There's the archive of silence, very comprehensive but not conclusive. It looks at cancellations and silencing procedures on universities, and I think the choreographies here are well known. I don't have to reiterate that. I would just like to shed a light on the most recent cancellation incidents. That is the targeting of the Palestinian academia, which happened at the University of Munich, or was supposed to happen there. So that's exactly that. It's the scholasticide that's happened there and the silencing of scientists and academic voices. And that event was because of security issues and because of being allegedly not sufficiently scientific. It was cancelled. And they have ties to Israeli universities. They talk about technologies and sanctions at and on your university campuses. And now we talk about fear and what fear instills and does to us. I would like to say that there are effects, incertitudes, nervosity that is being instilled. So the idea is really to plant the seed of fear, and fear silences those who are supposed to know and who know how fear and its economy actually works and manifests. And the people with that expertise, they are also affected. We talked about Holocaust yesterday, and that historians only say Holocaust behind closed doors. It's not openly said. That that's happening in Palestine, and we also talked about international law. We can also talk about Middle East science, theories that look at hegemony, and those scientists are silenced. So fear doesn't only eat away the soul, but it also makes us more stupid. That was Brecht who said that. The second aspect, it's not just about repressing people and scaring them, and it's not just about censorship or those mechanisms. that's not enough to understand what is happening. That would actually be too easy just to bring forward those reasons to say that, oh, there is censorship, you know. What we see actually is much more, goes much deeper. Not just fear silences us, but it also keeps us from anticipating. And that is just as bad as open censorship, because thinking is replaced by loyalty, blind loyalty sometimes, even if it's factual and objective. And the reason of state is an ideology that is being instilled in people, and within the context of university there is really this obedience toward the state. And many people say with full conviction, it's horrible what's happening in Gaza, but then in the next sentence they say, my passion for Israel has to be reinforced all the time. And I always have to say that Hamas and all groups that are put in the same pot, like the Islam, which is an enormous term with manifold meaning, that is being demonized, and that's the enemy now that we have to fight. So it is really extraordinary times we live in, and there is a very odd friend-enemy logic here that is being perpetrated, and it is aligned with hatred and love logic. So we have to do more than just looking through the prism of fear. We have to really analyze all aspects, scientifically, evidence-based, just to throw out some terms here, and to see how all of this ramifies and what really fuels the reason of state. And I think this eclectic relationship between love and hate, we know that Israel is threatened and that there's also hatred, so we need to reconstruct this enemy, and I think it's important to be clear about that and debate about that. Repressing and controlling are not just the only mechanisms of reason of state. It creates also productivity and allows for opportunities and incentives. It allows for careers as journalists, you know, those who are excluded. That also means that other journalists can actually get a foot in the door and, you know, climb the career ladder. That's important to keep in mind, especially if you don't have a Jewish background in Germany. And there are enough possibilities to climb the ladder, and this productivity, these incentives that come with that, is something we have to take very seriously, because otherwise we cannot understand the dynamics and the power dynamics or imbalance. We know since the 11th of September, even before, but the 11th of September was really tipping the scale here. We know that there are researchers in extremism looking at religious aspect. They've really focused very much after the 11th of September. And of course they have their own logic, and now this dynamic has even gained more traction in terms of anti-Semitism. They look at different types of anti-Semitisms, and some of those types aren't even considered anti-Semitism, but they're still brought into the picture, and they're still connected. So we see a new class of experts. I think that's what we have to keep in mind, and part of that is coming from academia. They are not just self-proclaimed experts. Many of them are actual experts. They are legitimate, and they, you know, they are from academia. So radicalism and experts, prevention experts, they have a lot of coverage and presence in the media. For example, they have a new task force. They look at Islam and Islamists. DeFries founded them. That's a Home Ministry, and they're very anti-Islamic, etc. They use phrases such as the German people, das deutsche Volk, and that's something that, you know, that is being mentioned. So the authority doesn't come from the academic integrity, but people see how they can actually instrumentalize knowledge to their advantage. That's my whole point. And that leads to the fact that scientists think about what they're allowed to say and how that affects their career, instead of actually asking the critical and important questions. Again, structural racism, colonialism, all of that. So I'm almost done. The security or safety disposition doesn't just create obedience, but also career logic. And the elite doesn't only stop thinking by being told off to speak, but they also stop thinking because the system signalizes them that you shouldn't actually think.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much. I would like to talk to you about fear, not fear about or of state of freeze in Germany, but the fear of what the future might hold for us. What future? Are we talking about the post-Western future? I think there is a fear linked to that in Germany. The BRD's fall, the Federal Republic of Germany's fall, is a reality, but it has to do with the fall of Western countries. It's a relative one, not an absolute one, but we are at a tipping point. It is really a shift that is the stage for our discussions and debates. Who cannot see a positive future, and whoever is afraid is considered depressed. So someone who can't see a livable future is considered clinically depressed. And that's something that the Federal Republic of Germany also grapples with. How do we avoid this fear of the future? We can do that by give that future a name, describe it in more detail. So we grapple with some sort of reality and not with some fantasy. So the re-centralization of Asia and all of that are also terms around this debate. Decolonization doesn't have to be progressive, but it is a good word to describe, to see what we're seeing in today's world. And I think that is the geopolitical topic that is most essential. So in the last 500 years, there was a certain dominion, or a dominating power. But I would now like to talk about the Federal Republic of Germany and about the fear that I've just mentioned. And I have a little poem called Never Again. Never good, never again good, never again rich, never again safe. We are in a crisis of recovering, of reestablishing wealth, and of reestablishing safety. And this vocabulary can enable us to rewrite or to describe the history of the Federal German Republic. The three aspects I've just mentioned, I will define them for you. I wrote a lot about it, and I would like to just give you a brief overview. To recover. Recovery has a lot to do with reparations and historical appraisal. Recovery, or behind it, is quite a cynical exchange between German absolution and building up the State of Israel. I think this recovery is based on this deal and is put aside because of the destruction of Gaza. I am teaching in Hong Kong at the moment, and the German position in Hong Kong is something you can't really teach there because you don't have left radical students. In Hong Kong, I teach elite kids. They don't understand this issue. They don't understand my explanation. So I can't really communicate it to them. Never rich again. One example, in 2023 in May, BYD in China overtook Volkswagen as the most popular car builder. VW, every fourth car was a VW that was sold in China. And the automotive industry was a symbol of Germany's recovery. But what happened is that in China now, the industry doesn't just copy and produce cars, but they overtook the German car industry. And that's quite symbolic. China is one of these examples that overtook Germany, but what you have to get used to is, or what you have to say goodbye to rather, is an industrial dominance. That Germany used to have. So that's something that will change. But that's why we're in Switzerland today. The situation here is different, I guess. Maybe I can commute between Zurich and Hong Kong, and then my experience would change. Never safe again. That's my last point. The safety or security situation, the military defense in Germany has a lot to do with the transatlantic ties and codependencies or interdependencies. And on one hand, there is this dependence, which was also profitable for Germany to some extent. It was cheap for them, and this world order was actually quite beneficial to Germany. And Germany was subjected to this order, but it was in the state's interest to be subjected to that order. And I would guess that the new security strategy of the US, which was published yesterday, the new national security strategy, poses a problem for us in Europe. It's not the end of the dependence, but it's contrary to the regime change that we want to see in Europe. So we have an even bigger problem in terms of security. So we have a threefold crisis: recovery, wealth, and security. These things affect us, these aspects affect us, and they legitimate the fear that we have of the future. Crisis is good to get to work, but we are before humongous tasks, and never good, never rich, and never safe again, and maybe never peace again. That might also be an outcome.
Ja, ich würde gerne.
Well, I would like to take up the we, the us. You haven't heard what I'm about to say yet, huh? You can boo me once I've finished my sentence. Well, I'm curious to find out whether you thought I'd say what I'm going to say. Well, let me first say this. You may observe the decline of federal Germany and the West. Whether that makes you afraid depends greatly on your position towards different projects. And I would like to remind you that it's by no means self-evident for people to tie their own lives to the fate of nations, nation-states, or other cultural institutions or formations. In some contributions, this came through. There are people who seem to think, oh, well, our world is made in a way that you need nation-states to live in, but whether or not you see your own fate as intrinsically linked to the fate of their state is a different question. This is the scientific panel. Nonetheless, a few personal remarks from me. I saw the Berlin Wall come down from the Eastern perspective, and a lot of what is being said here doesn't resonate with me. I observe it as a sociologist, but it doesn't reflect my reality, and I'm not the exception in Germany. There are quite a few people in Germany who don't have that strong biographical ties with the Federal Republic of Germany, but rather with other things. And which brings me to the topic I really would like to talk about today. There's one important aspect of this difference. I would like to look at the meaning of white supremacy when looking at the dynamics we have been discussing throughout this event. If I continue to talk about white supremacy, we might want to look at different forms of subjectivity, Eastern German subjectivity, for example. I'm not going to go into detail here and now, but I think it's important to talk about the fact that not all people living in Germany perceive these changes in the same way. White supremacy has always been an important structural element in the German post-war order, which is nothing special. It's the same in all imperial structures and centers, but the racialized structure of state and society is something that, as opposed to other nations, was something that wasn't talked about neither in the east nor in the west of Germany. So we don't even have the vocabulary to talk about this. I had to say racialized structure in German and use the English term, which is also due to the fact that the German vocabulary is not up to scratch in this field. What change are we observing? The racialized structure in Federal Republic of Germany has changed over the last years. White supremacy has shifted from being a habitual structure that was historically set up and is being reproduced through the force of habit, and has turned into a policy project. It's not only about precognitive actions, but it's not only about something that you perceive as self-evident because you've learned so in your development, but it's something that's actively being promoted. So it's a policy project with enemies, with opponents, and many who are here today are part of these enemies. So those who are against white supremacy are not only excluded through involuntary mechanisms of society, but are actively excluded from positions of power in society, or if they are holding such positions, are being removed. And that's happening in academia, that's happening in the creative industries, where this is much easier because the labor contracts are less solid. The question is, why is this happening? And this is due to empirical shifts that are linked to history after '89, the end of the Cold War, and a reunited Germany. All those states that have always been home to people from all parts of the planet are starting to give account. So this was not a moment of enlightenment. This was not due to inner reflection, but due to the necessity to find a political legitimacy for this new and large reunited Germany, and to calm the fears of European neighbors towards this new reunited Germany. So the narrative of what Germany is and can be is changing, starts changing in '89, and for the first time people who have non-German parents, where people are given the opportunity to get a German passport even if none of their parents are German. And now we have 1.5 generations of young people, the millennials and part of Gen Z, where they come from families that are not linked to Nazi history as perpetrators. They are linked, they come from other parts of the world, and nonetheless they see themselves as German citizen and demand to participate in society. And so it seems as if Germany could become a pluralistic democracy. And that's not only due to migrants with non-Christian backgrounds, but also from descendants of the perpetrators, because a real pluralistic society would mean turning away from the Nazi ideology, and would be a manifestation of this U-turn. What we're observing today is a defense against these empirical developments that became possible through this moment, through this opening. The Federal Republic of Germany did not become a pluralist democracy in a decade, and yet we saw people with different backgrounds, with different biographies, made it to positions with decision-making power, became part of the groups that negotiate important decisions for society. The events after October 7th brought about the mobilization of reason of state, new discourse on genocide started, Israel military operations, and so forth. All of this creates a framework, creates conditions that mean that this project that started around the years of 2010 is accelerated, because we as Germans have no option but to take a central role in politics domestically and abroad. And that means we as Germans, as descendants of the perpetrators, We are talking about responsibility for past Nazi crimes. And against that background, it is possible to develop an ethnic national understanding of Germany. Well, let me phrase it like this. You have to have Nazi ancestors to be part of that group. And that's not funny at all, because this is a form of ethnic nationalism that does not come from the right, but that's being supported by the political center and by political liberals as well. And a lot what is being said in this respect is focusing on protecting Jews, which also means Jewish fears are being exploited. So the descendants of the perpetrators use Jewish fears to consolidate a project that contains worldviews that became possible through National Socialism. One more statement. You might think all of this is horrific, but it also makes things clear. This promise of an equal power sharing has gone. Now we have a constellation where we have in and outsiders, and some people try to defend their established positions, and outsiders have to try and to work and function in a system that wasn't conceived for them, and they have to work in spaces for which they were not meant. Thank you, Teresa.
Vielen Dank nochmal an die ganze Runde. Ich habe euch alle nicht unterbrochen.
Thank you. I did not interrupt any of you, even though some of your statements were somewhat longer than 5 minutes. But I learned a lot, and what I heard was much more interesting than the answers to my questions would have been. So we'll keep the Q&A somewhat brief. We have about half an hour left. Let me start at the end. We now have white supremacy councillors everywhere, and the other project is off the table. And there seems to be a German parallel society being born in the discourse of the elites, and I feel like calling never again in 3 times. Is that not just, are those not just the last convulsions of the German patients, only representing 20% of society anyway? Maybe you want to bid this patient farewell and suffer the last convulsions for another 20 years, and then it's done. Or what other options do we have? We want to engage in critical discourse, and we have the knowledge, even though it's sometimes only in English. But there is a mentality of closing off in German academia. So certain knowledge is not only being ignored, but it is being discarded. So you try to delete it, and then, as you showed, Simone, it comes up in weird ways, as you showed us, for example, with the AI New Köln Gaza image. So do we let the German patient or the remaining 20% bring it to an end with threefold never again?
Muss ich dazu anfangen? Okay.
Ja, ganz woanders.
Ich weiß nicht, es waren jetzt so viele tolle Sachen. Ich finde so ein bisschen...
We heard a lot of great things, and I actually have no interest in Germany at all. We do work a lot on East Germany, and most of our audience with regards to this project, most of the people we work with are not interested in this at all. I would rather ask, what are our opportunities? We work a lot in East Germany, and there are a lot of structures that work under impossible conditions, and for other groups, populations, or lobby groups, this is the same. They have always been working against structures, and they've always been trying to do things differently. I don't want to call it resilience. It's basically what people are doing and what they've always been doing. I have been doing work on online fascism for 10 years now, and all these fantastical plans that are being developed, and some of those are being published as books, others make it into party programs, others are being published as memes, and they go until 2070, more or less, when we will have a elite society of super rich high-speed train users who live in their world and are being served by the plebs. We have all these people working on realizing this fascist utopia, and to redefine that project on that level is something I don't see as fathomable, as feasible. I think, as we said in our workshop yesterday, the answer is to think local, to realize that this is happening everywhere in the world. You spoke about a decisive moment in world history, Daniel, but there are other decisive moments in world history, whether we are witnessing the downfall of federal Germany or not, is completely besides the point. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but there is a great deal of clarity at the moment, and that's fantastic, because a lot of useless discussions simply do not need to be had, because that's what's happening a lot in Germany. There are a lot of useless discussions that maybe take the focus away from other more important things.
Ja, ich setze noch mal ganz kurz dann doch.
Let me just address Germany, because I think you have to decentralize and centralize Germany. But that's really not that easy to do away with Germany, because Germany within the framework of the European Union is a relevant player, and we see it in these moments where international law on many levels is being diminished because the USA imposed tariffs and sanctions against judges and against rapporteurs and so on and so forth, and the EU can't really do something about it. And not only Germany, but also Italy and Hungary, for instance, for certain measures and questions within the EU, they are relevant players. For instance, when you need an association agreement of the EU, and when do you have to dissolve it? If certain laws are not adhered to, that have to do with the human rights situation in Israel. That also concerns Germany. So locally as well as internationally, we can't just pretend that Germany doesn't play a role in this at all, because it does, and that also has to do with hegemony about on science. Alexander from Humboldt Foundation, you know, there you see big projects where genocide, that aim to normalize genocide, and that we can't just turn a blind eye on that. It does affect us. These things are being normalized, although we know that genocide or the next genocide has to be anticipated, because after the genocide is before the genocide. And we know this from history. It's apparently become normal to bombard universities, children's hospitals, and so on and so forth. And we don't say anything about it. So we can't just pretend as if Germany wasn't a relevant player in that context. And I think, and yesterday we talked about it, for Switzerland, for Austria, for the Netherlands, Belgium, these are relevant discussions, and we can criticize it. But also the idea of anti-Semitism specialists or white supremacy specialists or officers, these are ideas who are actually very welcome in the US, for instance. And we're looking at the institutionalization of all of this. Discourses that institutionalize this and also materialize it, and that means that it becomes federal, that it becomes national, that it becomes a matter for prosecutors, for the police, etc. And so there is also pressure to put these people into the court context and so on and so forth. So there are also these odd resolutions in the Bundestag, which us as legal experts make us really nervous, because it's not clear whether it's a norm, whether it's a law, whether it's an order. What sort of binding effect does this text have? And then we have to unpack these texts, and we see that there are three groups: the most vulnerable, the foreigners, the art, and the science. These are the three groups. And the second resolution from November 2024, that is, that centralizes or groups schools and universities. So that's global and on a local level. So the idea is how to make people go see the Nova exhibition, for instance. So we see that it happens on every level, and we can't just exclude Germany from this discussion, because it is a German weapon, it is German technology, it is a German tank screw that you can find elsewhere. So German materializes in killing other people as well.
Dann nehme ich mal deins.
Yes, okay, working microphone, important, great. Before addressing what we can do, how to react and how to politically act, because the question is, what do we do if all of this comes to pass? And before I address this question, I would like to step back a little bit and talking about rise and fall, or rise and decline, which is something we've discussed on different levels, in workshops, on panels, etc. And Teresa, maybe about what you said, there was a small window that opened because it was bottom up or grassroots motivated, and I see this window of opportunity, I guess, and this whole idea of rise and these possibilities in Germany, they were only for certain people. It was selective always. Certain groups were just not considered. So we have to take that perspective into consideration when we talk about the rise and fall of the Federal German Republic, because that's a different narrative. And now, how does this window of opportunity open and close that I've just mentioned? I would also like to talk about academia in this aspect. I am not as optimistic anymore when I saw the POCs in relevant institutions and positions and vacancies. I think that's also something that you wanted to address. So people who were not supposed to have that role, but then had it and also asked to have it. So if we look at the Muslim question or the Islam question in Germany and Europe, this window of opportunity has always been very strongly linked to certain requirements. It was about participation, recognition. It was always conditional, though. You can be part of it, but only if you speak the way we want you to. Be Muslim, but be invisible at the same time. That was the message, and that's exactly what happened. When you think about the institutionalization, we have POCs in positions relevant in society. However, most of them have this ethno-nationalism and this white supremacy discourse. They reproduce it in an even worse manner than non-POCs do that. And I think that's a phenomenon that's not just specific to Germany, but it's something we've always seen when it was about the Jewish question, the assimilation paradox, meaning that you can do whatever or try whatever you want, but you will never be part of whatever you would like to be part of. That's a component that we need to bear in mind if we want to understand that this window of opportunity is really small and open for a very short amount of time only and linked to conditions and requirements. And the same principle and mechanisms we see in scientific disciplines and how they came about and how they were limited in a certain way, which led to a hegemony of knowledge that was coined and designed and fed into from the Western scientific perception. So you have the large disciplines in science and area studies. So that's more regional. That's a product from the 19th century, which is a colonial and racist formation that actually persists still today. We still have these disciplines and these borders and limits where the Western world looks at things a certain way, and that is the epistemic institutionalized order that still persists today. And there is a lot of science and research on this in and of itself, but there is some knowledge that doesn't manage to penetrate this prevalent view. Again, I'm not being very optimistic here. I apologize. But we need to understand, we need to analyze, we need to understand the history of things to know why this is so hard to change or to bring about change. The two of you, I would like to listen to what you have to say. Daniel, maybe keep it short if you can. Teresa, maybe ending on a negative note, I don't know. We have another 10 minutes. Thank you so much for everybody's input. I really like that we talk about hypotheses. I like this roundtable. Thank you, Simon, for your critical questions. I think the decline of the West is also a central issue in the non-Western world because it has to do with the world order. And this expansion of these policies and political opinion actually formed and shaped the rest of the world, and they have to be managed. And we are now at this turning point, objectively speaking and historically speaking, and how these opinions are managed is also something we need to talk about in Germany, because in Germany has a footprint in the world, and the management of these opinions is maybe not fit for the future. I don't see how a person who can actually enforce that. It's not clear who could do the job. And what Teresa said, I would like to address that as well. I agree what you said. I would just like to add something to it from my hypothesis. Falling back into this tribalism, ethno-nationalism, coming out of a deeper consciousness, I think that can also lead to the worst decline, or the worst form of decline. And I think that is where the progressive forces have to make sure that the management and the shift to that works. That is what progressive foreign policies should be able to do. But it's a problem because there is also an outsourcing issue. We talked about the future here. What is the most negative outcome? Is that the AfD rises to power and that the rearmament of Germany, essentially. But in reality, or what is more likely, is that we spend a lot on defense and weapons, but that the functionality of it all stays the same, so that the demise of discourse, infrastructure, the Deutsche Bahn, and all of that comes to pass, but that we might rebuild the Deutsche Bahn. We might also just stumble into all of that blindly. I have the same opinion. What I was trying to say is that we don't want to fall back into this ethno-nationalism. It's a response to the window of opportunity we just mentioned. So people work really hard to close that window because it is in their interest that with pluralism, people cannot just benefit, but they can also lose something. Be that women, have leadership roles. So for some men, there was something at stake all of a sudden, and that's what I was trying to say. I think grief is also something we need to talk about. Grief management can maybe help to deal with this. It's kind of a nice image that conjures up. I would like to address something that Nahat said. I think it's not about do away with Germany or dismiss Germany. I think the question is, how much are you invested into a functioning state? That is something that a lot of states have to critically grapple with. I say that against the backdrop of my own experience. I 12 years lived in a state that now doesn't exist anymore. And it is a lot of work to reintegrate somewhere else. But it's also possible. And a lot of people show that this can be done successfully. But that doesn't mean that you don't care. It just means that you have a different relationship to that state. And it is different to a science that looks as a counseling voice maybe to a state. And I think in humanities and in cultural studies, I would like to see a more anchored understanding of seeing science as an advisor to the state and to not just advise within the interest of the state, but also respond with criticism. And I think where it's about war and conflicts and security and all of that, that sort of role would make the difference. Do I do that because I want to advise the Court of Constitution or whatever, but because I care about, for instance, the youth and what situation they are in? That's the question I have to ask myself. So we've always made it through, almost made it through. So my last question about management of a honorable decline. Let's talk about genocide and normalization and whether that gets worse in the future or not. Doesn't that mean that we shouldn't place our hope in different structures away from the state? Shouldn't we say that critical scientific work should be at a distance of the state and look at completely different projects? So if we say that genocide becomes normalized, maybe it should be managed by the surplus population, and that is the regime of capitalism. And for some people, genocide will be seen as something normal. What ideology do we take on here? And, you know, how do we look at that? And functionally speaking, it's a dangerous trend. What about people who are foreigners? Does that mean we can just exterminate them in front of a camera if we think genocide is normal? So, and what role does capitalism play in this question? If we want to distance ourselves from the state, and if we don't want to do grief management, and if we say all of this doesn't play a role anymore, what other alliances, what other global alliances do we need that would help us in this question? What is the post-migrant society in Germany? What does it look like? I think that's a discourse, or a different discourse from what we're talking about now as a society. Civil disobedience to find yourself, to put an end to these regimes. That could be a different discourse title here. Genocidal capitalism, that could be the headline, I guess. But that would be for another panel. That might be too extensive here. It is a bit pessimistic, the last input here. But we will now hand over to the new panel. We have a bit of a break until 3 p.m. So thank you so much for everybody's input. Thank you.
Ready.
Right in the center. Okay.
No, I meant more like, you know, like as in the not so.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Restore the ancient regime.
Exactly. But I definitely need a water bottle.
Oh yeah, we need one.
Is there 5 plus a moderator, but maybe I'm wrong. 1, 2, 5 plus the moderator.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, why do you have one?
I don't think we need that.
Yeah, former.
Oh.
Just for the intro.
Okay. Right for the intro? No. Okay. Okay. I first do that, you know. Great.
Dirk, we're doing Anselm, Anna, then you.
Okay.
Kerstin, yes.
Quite a long panel.
Quite.
If photos were not taken, this event never happened, right? If Dirk doesn't get to post it on Insta.
No, it doesn't go on Insta. I don't put photographs on it.
Well,
I'm not one of your photographs up there. You're not even on it.
I feel like I'm blocking you.
To constantly renegotiate the world through the lens of art.
And with explicit awareness of the unimaginable horrors
that ideological blindness makes possible.
A system that insists on such a definition and such strictures,
and which chooses to ignore both criticality and compassion,
is a system that has lost its moral compass.
What can art bring to our dark ages?
The question of the meaning of being human is tightly related to the meaning of art.
Artists are not here to decorate politics.
Okay, welcome back. It's a pleasure to moderate our next panel, which is titled 7,000 Oaks, or Provincialism and Global Horizons. The panel this afternoon is going to focus on the question of soft power and the role of culture in the post-war order, and in particular to examine the place of German cultural institutions such as Documenta in Kassel, within a global context. My name is Ben Ratskoff. I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists before I turn it over to each of them for their relatively brief contributions, I hope. So to begin with, we have Anselm Frank, who is a curator and writer. He was head of the Department of Visual Arts and Film at HKW Berlin, where he co-curated the multi-year program, the Anthropocene Project and Kanonfragen, and conceived numerous exhibitions such as recently Neolithic Childhood, Art in a False Present, circa 1930, and Parapolitics, Cultural Freedom and the Cold War. Publications include Two or Three Tigers, Forensis, and Animism. Frank received his doctorate from Goldsmiths College, London. Currently, he is a professor for cultural critique and curatorial studies at Zurich University of Arts. Next, we'll hear from Anna Teresa Pinto, who is a professor at AGB Leipzig. After Anna, we will hear from Dirk Moses, who is the Spitzer Professor of International Relations at the City College of New York. He is the author and editor of publications in intellectual history, genocide, and memory studies, and he edits the Journal of Genocide Research. Following Dirk, we'll hear from Kerstin Stackemeyer, who is a writer and a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts Nuremberg, whose work is dedicated to what and who was disfigured by being made obscene. She wrote Universal Receptivity with Bill Dietz and Reproducing Autonomy with Marina Wischmidt. Engrenze Formalismus Verfahren einer antimodernen Ästhetik, she wrote alone. And with Selva Journal, she will produce a special issue dedicated to the work of Peter Gorson, continuing its threads. In 2021 to 2023, she curated Illiberal Arts/Lives at HKW in Berlin with Anselm Frank, and currently Devin Four and her are writing a joint essay and a series of introductions for a series of conversations dedicated to the fantasies of the people for Efflux. And then finally, we will hear from, Yassin El-Haj Saleh, who is a Syrian writer and translator, author of 9 books on Syria, prison, contemporary Islam, Arab intellectuals and intellectual life, and experiences of the atrocious. He is a founding member of the electronic magazine Al-Jumhuriyya.net, where he writes regularly. He was a fellow at the Wissenschaftskolleg zu Bern in 2017 to 2018, and at the UMI in 2018 to 2019. He also had a scholarship from the German Pen Club between 2019 and 2022. So, without further ado, I will hand the mic over to Anselm.
Thank you, Ben. I decided to share a few thoughts that also try to synthesize for my own narration of what has been said in parts already. And also, since I'm now teaching here, I tried to weave in some of the concepts that I try to develop in the teaching program. So please bear with me. Hopefully it adds up. So as a curator, I have come to think about museums and exhibitions and other cultural platforms and forms to some degree as institutions of origin stories and stages for performative origination. A museum is many things, but it is also always a way of structuring history, of engaging with the relation between history and memory as actualizing history in the present. And it's always framed to some degree, ultimately, by a story of causation and origins. Right? So you could think of most European museums of art to some degree being indebted to the origin story of European modernity in the Renaissance, etc. Right? Like, and therefore also always in the business of somehow civilizational tales or self-narrations, right? Which always have a performative aspect and a ritual aspect to them. So performative origination relates to the fact that history and symbolic worlds in general and their categories and genealogies have to be enacted from the here and now. History is always done, so to say, from the present and projects its causes and genealogies. I'm repeating myself. Its ruptures and its continuities. So regarding the title of our panel, which references the ominous work of the same title by Joseph Beuys for Documenta, still ongoing, the Documenta exhibition declaredly re-established a broken continuity, which is the continuity, the one that was disrupted by the Nazi regime and its persecution of so-called degenerate art. There would be more to say about that category, degenerate art, and perhaps Kerstin finds the time to do so. It's also in this process of re-establishing a broken continuity, it also recoded modernism. And in what follows, the next few sentences, I'm indebted also to Erhard Schüttpelz and the conversations we've had in the past few years and collaborations. It recoded modernism by turning it from a largely anti-bourgeois rebellion into a beacon of a rescued bourgeois civilization, into a new antiquity for Western modernity, after the Greco-Roman construction of antiquity and the Renaissance construction of antiquity. And antiquities are just one major building block in performative origination that kind of structures the grammar of performative origination. Next to other features of performative origination, which would be a kind of projected before or outside of the differences that structure our mechanisms of sense-making, right? Like a kind of mythical before often, etc. No time to elaborate here, but perhaps you can imagine what I'm getting after. The fact that the rebellion was not only this kind of heroic origination of the properly modern through modernism or the historical avant-garde, but in my eyes should be much more referred to as a crisis of origination, a crisis of the foundations of Western societies at the time of high imperialism, of imperial colonial conquest and violence and technology and capital. I would like to suggest that fascism, at least in parts, can be understood as the kind of pacification of that foundational crisis. It was an answer to that foundational crisis of Western societies in the time of high imperialism. And that answer consisted of what we in another event here with Klaus Teveleit a year and a half ago called fascist mythopoeia. But fascist mythopoeia also consists of a will to a collective lie. And obviously, and this is how I would want to relate that to the previous panel, fascist mythopoeia, collective lie, and phantasmatic origination. Right? And precisely so, as somehow relating to a deep Eurasian pattern that fashions this phantasmatic origination and the making of social bonds through it as an act that is like an iteration of the transition from chaos to order. When you think of many things said on the previous panel, you can see how phantasmatic origination returns, like an undead corpse asked to be reanimated by some reproductive imperative, not biological but social, as a social bond, as ethno-nationalism, as ethno-supremacy, as production of an inner enemy, as we heard, as the fear of decline in the food chain and therefore the will to transition from predator into prey, think of Trump, as the racializing fear of the other, as inquisitory, persecutory, and thank you, Shirin, crusading society that imagines I can't read my own writing. that imagines its enemy and constructs its enemy perpetually. And we're going gradually down in history, somehow climbing down from persecuting society, 11th century to, I have not mentioned that today, but Christian supremacy, right? Like, and Christian supremacy in this case, there's really sort of in this realm of phantasmatic political theology, something quite momentous and perhaps monstrous going on, which is the kind of enrolling of Judaism into the ethno-nationalist frame. Right? Like that which had to be previously disavowed for Christian supremacy to be established is now re-enrolled into the framework of what resulted as in the division of labor and statecraft and the kind of cosmogonic violence that it makes it appear. It's also the return of the Orphic, what Klaus Teweleit called the Orphic rites of passage. He based his whole description of the Western image of the artist in the stereotype of the male artist on this Orphic rite of passage. That makes, and this is important, from phantasma translating into sorting mechanisms, mythical thresholds in narration that turn into actual sorting mechanisms materially, makes humans killable and sacrificable. And yeah, this is, and before Teweleit, it was George Moss who pointed to this, no? Who had actually fled from the Nazis to Zurich first. So I'm bringing this up here because when the remaining guarantees of the post-war order, for which the BRD should not be given a Sonderweg position, but has a kind of anchor function, when the remaining guarantees of the post-war order now fall, we also fall, and we fall back onto these structures of phantasmatic origination. By the gravity of normalcy, and one of the best books written on George Moss is called The Perils of Normalcy, right? Like the whole question of how does genocide become possible, of course, is always linked to normalcy and normalization and its protocols. So we fall back onto these structures of phantasmatic origination, and they reassert themselves at the price, once again, of the disavowal of reality, as we learned from the last panel so well, and reassert, therefore, also the sorting mechanisms of the old type, like a spectral return, like the sorting mechanisms and their sacrificial calculus towards surplus populations, minorities, etc. And it is our task in culture today, I believe, to replace these protocols of performative origination, not with the same, but with different forms of origination. And yes, I do think that's possible.
It's under your nose.
Hello, sorry. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you Anselm and Emily Discher-Becker for putting this conference together. I will try to be short too. I would like to preface this talk by saying, I suppose out of white luck, that for the first time in my life, I am now witnessing conferences being interrupted by the police, audiences forced to disperse, speakers being escorted off stage, entry bans, arbitrary arrests, and home raids. We can also see this repression playing out in the cultural sphere, where a war is being waged against higher education and contemporary art. According to the German punditry, both the art world and vast sectors of the academia are awash in what they call imported anti-Semitism, a deplorable situation that was catalyzed by Documenta 15. From their perspective, and especially against the background of October 7, political intervention is both warranted and needed. The safety of the Jewish minority is at stake, and this safety is a prerequisite for democratic integrity. But the defense of liberal values can acquire a use value for those with an illiberal agenda. and political encroachment in cultural programming, along with the practice of publicizing accusations of anti-Semitism with insufficient regard to evidence, began well before the Hamas militant attacks on southern Israeli communities. The attacks on Documenta 15 in particular began in January 2022, when the WordPress blog of the Alliance Against Anti-Semitism Kassel accused Ruan Gruppe, the curating collective, members of the artistic team, and one of the invited collectives, the Questioning of Funden, of anti-Semitism. Besides claiming to be, and I quote them, against Islam but not in a racist way, the blog felt the need to point out that Lumbung, the theme of the Documenta, is not an alcoholic mixed drink, referring here to Lumumba, which is in Germany the racist name for a cocoa and rum cocktail that mocks the ill-fated Congolese independence leader Patrice Lumumba. But, they continue, and I quote them, a collectively managed rice barn, which is as much part of Java's village culture as the lynching of the Chinese grocer. Needless to say, the Alliance Against Anti-Semitism in Kassel wouldn't tolerate bile this overt and hateful if it were directed at the Jewish community. After October 7, German institutions made international headlines by engaging in a spate of cancellations, which are by now too numerous to list. At the same time, both at the federal and regional levels, governing bodies sought to enshrine support for the State of Israel into German law. In early January 2024, the Berlin Senate introduced contractual clauses that condition access to public funding to the adoption of the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Joe Sciallo, the State Minister for Culture and Social Cohesion, argued, and I quote him, that we need to distinguish art from activism with artistic elements. But how exactly can you distinguish art with elements of activism from activism with artistic elements? Is all political art to be banned, or just those artworks whose political content is not aligned with state policy? What is meant by the distinction between art and activism with artistic elements, if not a distinction between art and degraded art forms? And who gets to draw the line between political speech, which is constitutionally protected, and hate speech, which can be justly banned? Ultimately, this is an ideological line. And though no one contests that anti-Semitism cannot be tolerated, what everyone contests is the attempt to codify political dissent as an hate crime. In addition to pledging to implement IRA, applicants were required to make sure that no public money would somehow trickle towards associations or activities that are classified as extremist. As recent events have shown, what and whom can be considered extremist can often be surprising. For the German punditry, calling for a ceasefire is equivalent to calling for the erasure of Jewish people. Expressing concern for civilian casualties implies support for terrorism, and having a sense of compassion is a symptom of moral bankruptcy. The use of the term genocide, in particular, is equated with anti-Semitism, and empathy is considered a hate crime. This happens because the term genocide, though politically fraught, carries a sense of moral urgency. A genocide demands a response. Palestine is the pressure point that reveals that behind the moral order of modernity, a racial order is still hidden. And in Germany in particular, this unsettles the atoning work the country believes it deserves congratulations for. Given its historical responsibility for the Holocaust, it is easy to attribute support for Israel to feelings of guilt. But these arguments are simplistic. The content of moral principles is best understood in terms of how they are put into practice, how they are employed, and for what purposes. In Germany, racism and Islamophobia are articulated in the language of principle. Attacks on contemporary art and culture point to a desire to mask abject racism in so-called appeals to humanist ideals, the fight against anti-Semitism. This makes the oppression of racialized minorities, and especially the Arab minority, appear not as bigotry, but as the desirable outcome of a progressive cause, the struggle for humanism, openness, and equal rights. Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz called the recent attacks on Iran dirty work Israel is doing for all of us. The contours of this moral universe are clear. Only barbarism can protect democracy. A principle he also applied domestically by telling critics to ask their doctors about the danger of aggressive male minorities. The rationale for preemptive violence also finds a disturbing resonance within the liberal art milieu. This is evident in publications such as the latest issue of the journal on curating titled "Let's Talk About Anti-Democratic, Anti-Queer, Misogynist, Anti-Semitic Right-Wing Space," or the publication "Denialism, Antisemitismus und sexualisierte Gewalt aus feministischer Perspektive." If we accept their claim that migration poses a threat to female emancipation, queer movement, and Jewish safety, then fighting for dignity and democracy logically means fighting migration. The resulting measures pave the way for ethno-national states where immigrants are stripped of core civil rights, particularly the right of assembly and the right to political speech. This process of unmaking citizens, and I cannot overstate that all of this is about unmaking citizens, reveals a paradoxical creed, that only illiberal means can protect liberalism, that one must break the law to uphold the law, and that only a fascist order can purport to guarantee freedom and equity. We are thus paving the way for ethno-national states in which immigrants, I said this already, right? Sorry, glitch. But this is also where the slippage between social norms and population tally occurs. Every baby becomes a future enemy combatant, waging a demographic war on our values. From this perspective, Gaza is not only the unspeakable truth that must be buried for Western representations of freedom and civility to sustain their power of universal reiteration in contemporary political theory. Gaza is also the site where, ultimately, the threads of emasculation anxiety, natalist panic, and imperialist brutality are woven into a single coherent ideology, the place where the logic of fascism is owned for a future of climate barbarism and fortified borders. In this light, efforts to combat anti-Semitism are often less a commitment to Jewish life and more an attempt to recruit the struggle against anti-Semitism into a broader struggle for imperialism. Thank you.
Unlike some of my German friends, I can't speak with machine gun rat-tat-tat speed, as we heard earlier this morning. It's a bit like the legendary MG42. I'll be speaking slowly and deliberately because I know there are many of you here who will find it easier to follow even a very fast German presentation than the normal pace of an English academic paper. Before I get to my paper, I want to connect to the first panel on the media by drawing attention to an article in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung by Meron Mendel and Saba Nuachima this morning that attacks the journalist Nadia Zabora, among others, for allegedly engaging in excessive critique of the German media. In a panel version of the elaboration, he even accused her and others of invoking a conspiracy theory in her explanation for the patently partisan German media's reporting of the Israeli genocidal conduct in its military campaign in Gaza, and for the related collapse of the German public's trust in the established media, which was the point of the panel. As many of you know, pinning a conspiracy theory on a rival in Germany is a tried and tested tactic of unscrupulous operators to discredit competitors in the marketplace of ideas, and a tactic that can be fatal for freelancers as it affects their ability to work. It's frankly a disgraceful tactic, especially for established operators who enjoy lavish patronage from the German political class, endless grants and even academic appointments on the very thinnest of CVs. People should stop it and engage in some serious introspection about how they conduct themselves in public. Now, this little introduction about the collapse of German trust in the media's reporting of the genocidal war and its firm opposition, that is the public's firm opposition to the German state's support of the war, is related to my main point now, namely the slow death of Holocaust memory. I want to state clearly that I deplore the death of Holocaust memory. I think Germans should never forget what their ancestors did to Jewish, Roma, Slavic, queer and other peoples during the Nazi regime. Nor should other Europeans who collaborated with the Germans in ridding their countries of unwanted minorities. Europe is indeed the dark continent, as the historian Mark Mazauer titled his important book about European history, I think already in 1998. But what do I mean by the slow death of Holocaust memory? What I am observing now in many media outlets, social media for example, is that above all the younger generation has been so shocked by Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza and by the support of Western states and by their media's partisan support for the carnage that they have concluded that this, and not the Holocaust, which for them is so long ago, represents the absolute evil of our age. What is more, and this is very important, they observe that this evil is justified with an elite understanding of Holocaust memory as never again a genocide of Jewish people in particular, and not people in general. In other words, they argue that Holocaust memory, or they observe that Holocaust memory, which was designed to prevent the worst, is being used to motivate and to justify the worst. And they feel outraged and betrayed. Images of walls of dead children, as the American speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz put it a few weeks ago, have understandably led to high emotions, expressed in slogans and chanting at demonstrations, which have upset the bürgerliche sensibilities of many German journalists. That is, the slogans and the chanting have upset them, not the walls of dead children. Not trusting these journalists, younger people have found their own sources of information on social media where they can tune in to the live stream of Palestinian journalists until they are killed. Tellingly, the deaths of these journalists does not lead to the closing of the ranks that we're seeing finally with the case of Sophie von der Tann. People are noticing the asymmetries and they're reacting accordingly. However, rather than face the facts that European publics, like those of publics elsewhere in the world, Malaysia, Japan, China, Latin America and so forth, who express revulsion at the death and destruction, their political classes have decided that the medium and not the message is the problem. Social media is to blame, says Hillary Clinton, for example. It's because China and Qatar control the algorithm of TikTok that teenagers are seeing walls of dead children. So the solution, they reason, is to change the ownership of TikTok so that pro-Israel messages can flood the phones of those who subscribe to it. Or, instead, ban smartphones altogether for teenagers, as Sarah Hurwitz suggested. Indeed, our rulers have reason to be apprehensive. Were it not for the independent journalist with her phone in Amsterdam earlier this year, who filmed Israeli soccer fans running amok against Dutch citizens pulling down their Palestinian flags from houses and so forth, beating them on the streets, we would have been stuck with a lie propagated by the mainstream media that a pogrom against the Jews of Amsterdam had been perpetrated by the very victims of the soccer fans. Only once this journalist placed her footage online, and then people noticed this, were mainstream stations compelled to correct their coverage. All that separates us from the world predicted by George Orwell then is one, independent media sources of information, and two, the healthy instincts of publics who have indeed learned the universal lessons of the Nazi past. Namely, that whatever you call a state crime, genocide or crimes against humanity or war crimes, the near total destruction of a region, like Gaza, and we've all seen the pictures, so we know, along with the organized starvation of our population and the targeted obliteration of hospitals, including maternity and infant infrastructure, education facilities and religious buildings, mosques, ancient churches, and agriculture is illegitimate. It's criminal, it's unacceptable. Yes, illegitimate, criminal, and unacceptable in the face of a Hamas-led attack on Israeli settlements over 2 years ago, which I deplore for a range of reasons I don't have time to get into here. But I know there are some German journalists here who are desperate to hear me mention the word, or some of us mention the word Hamas in the 7th of October, so there you have it. Now, and I mean it sincerely as well. I mean, clearly the Hamas attack led to this genocidal assault by Israel. Now, the Israeli genocidal counterinsurgency, its bid for permanent security by killing sufficient Palestinians and creating conditions calculated to destroy them in part so they are induced to self-deport, an aim openly stated by Israeli ministers and by many Israelis on television, as I've seen when Israeli friends share these clips in translation. That is understood now by vast numbers of people around the world as absolute evil. And genocide is the word they use for it, regardless of its legal technicalities. Yet Western governments and the media have justified or denied these campaigns in the same breath. No wonder there's a crisis of confidence in these institutions, and people are turning to alternative sources and to alternative political parties. The logics of the post-war order, built on ethnic cleansing and the acceptance of genocidal warfare, as opposed to the very narrow and almost impossible to prove definition of genocide in law, are becoming apparent in this war, and Western republics are rejecting it, and so are global publics. I take no pleasure in having predicted this outcome years ago in various publications. For me, years ago, it was obvious that Holocaust memory and related anti-Semitism accusations were used to hush opponents, and I myself have been subject to them, and so have many of you here, I think. And they have culminated in the absurdity today of the Israeli ambassador to Germany, der grosse Kanton, denouncing the Israeli philosopher who lives in New York like me, Omri Bohm, as an anti-Semite, just because he wants equal rights for everyone between the river and the sea. So the memory logic of the post-war order, never again genocide, never again anti-Semitism, has reached its conclusion in a paranoid search for the disloyal to ethno-national fundamentalism. And the global public, including the Western one, is drawing the conclusion that the associated memory regime and its imperatives of never again is now has discredited itself by its conscription into a genocidal campaign. So who was to blame for the incipient death of Holocaust memory? Not Holocaust deniers, who are a joke, frankly, no one takes them seriously, nor the so-called post-colonialists who have argued that the Holocaust should be integrated into global history while respecting its obvious specificities. We have tried to keep Holocaust memory alive and relevant by linking, but not equating, the Holocaust to colonial violence, for example, like that against the genocide of the Herero and Nama, about which we heard from Sima Lupert yesterday. A memory regime that acknowledges and honors all the victims of state violence designed to achieve a dystopian permanent security. In 1970, the French historian François Furet published an article called The Revolutionary Catechism, in which he attacked social historians on the left for defending socialist ideals rather than pursuing the historical truth. 8 years later, in 1978, he published a book called Interpreting the French Revolution, in which he declared that the French Revolution is over. It was over for him because its memory was being abused for partisan purposes and because its ideals of liberty, equality, fraternity were actually now part of the French consensus. I think we are reaching the same moment with Holocaust memory. It has been abused, and the idea of preventing genocidal warfare has become part of the moral fabric of the world's public conscience. Those violating the conscience of humanity are not your average members of the public, but the corrupt political classes who think no price is too high for maintaining their material investments in the status quo. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. No, I just turned it off instead of on. So, I mean, first of all, also from me, thank you to Emily, Anselm, and Philip for putting together an event that is both unusual these days and very, very timely. And funnily, I'm gonna, without knowing it before, pick up exactly where Anselm left, which is with origins and a suggestion of that. There's a premise here. The premise that the BRD declined. The premise that we are in the midst of its disentangling parts. And if we don't want to attach ourselves to its corpse, be stuck in competent Trauerbetreuung, which I really don't want to. The question is not least, where is our origin? Where do we start from into this? Because origins aren't forever. They're always for now. So what is our culture? And for looking at that, I'll be very purposefully ignoring the BRD for a bit, because I'm searching for some origins to get us out of it. On Bastille Day, the 14th of July 1935, the first Popular Front mass demonstration takes over the streets of Paris. The Communist Party of France, the Socialist Party, bourgeois radicals, and a number of democratic committees had called for it together. More than 500,000 people showed. Later that summer, from the 25th of July until the 20th of August, the 7th and last Congress of the Comintern debated for 4 weeks how to ratify the politics of the Popular Front as binding for all its members worldwide. 3 constitutive speeches were held by Georgi Dimitrov, Palmiro Togliatti, and Wilhelm Pieck. They planted the way ahead. Socialists were no longer to be identified as social fascists, fair enough, and bourgeois intellectuals no longer to be known for being fascism's original aides. The Popular Front marked a landslide shift of communist politics in the face of fascism, both a drastic defeat and a drastic reformation. The end of an epic. The end of the epic of the worldwide liberation of the peasants and workers, and mostly the end of an epic that was decidedly a-national. Until this point, Comintern's strategies had always been a one-measure-fits-it-all kind of thing. An epic of universal humanization, but one that didn't fit. Throughout the 20s, the political need and search and argument for a contemporary epic had aligned materialist artists and writers like Lou Merton, Johannes R. Becher, Bertolt Brecht, Georg Lukács, and Walter Benjamin. The epic was what they all identified as the rightful and conspicuously absent genre of liberation. The epic is the realism of the coming people emerging out of the vital commonality of the living ones. The epic is not the tragedy that settles into the novel as a drama, a personal drama. The epic is not about you. But as Lou Merton wrote in 1921, while our will pushed towards epic poetry and folkic poetic forms, history produced the drama as an autonomous, specifically bourgeois and fatalistic genre. Later, Benjamin too would write about the historical liquidation of the epic element. And he also shares Merton's insistence on the epic as a life that vehemently refuses to obscure its origins. The epic is not national because it is not of the imperial subject. The epic is not intellectual because it does not sever itself from life's reproduction. It can start from anywhere within a living communion. The epic makes origins, not history. What the epic is folkic. It is volkstümlich. It starts from an invocation and travels on from it, with it, through many. So here, halfway through, I hope it becomes already somewhat obvious that I'm speaking about the epic to subtly hint to the question who might be its subject today, and how could the answer designate history's redistribution. In 1935, it wasn't just the Komintern that had lost its epic plot. The fascist industrialization of the folkic as national kitsch was not epic either, and it still isn't. It just violently acculturates national borders, which brings the epic to an effective halt. So no, Wagner's Ring was not an epic, but a highly significant, intensely nostalgic, romantic anti-capitalism not to be ignored. The Popular Front was not romantic. Instead, it held on to Volkstümlichkeit as the living culture of people's reproduction. And I would say that this aggravating concept, Volkstümlichkeit, maybe was and maybe is its biggest feat. Because an art that bears no relation to the living life of the people, an art that severs its ties from not only its own material production, but from that of those dying around it in the name of autonomy and criticality, it is nothing but a luxury good, a defensive and underconsumed trinket of artistic misery. Merton, Becher, Brecht, they all tried to write epics, and they all found their Volkstümlichkeit lacking a life off stage. But still, they tried. And for none of them, Volkstümlichkeit had anything to do with national, let alone German, culture. From the 17th of August until the 1st of September 1934, the first All-Union Congress of Soviet Writers had come together for 3 weeks in Moscow to discuss realism. There was Andrei Stanov, Maxim Gorky, there was also Viktor Shklovsky and Ilya Ehrenburg, international delegates like André Malraux, Louis Aragon, Karl Radek, Klaus Mann, Johannes Erbecher. These weren't all realists, but these were all anti-fascists who understood realism to be a task, not a style. In his presentation, Becher quotes Goebbels' characterization of German art as steel-like romanticism, an art full of pessimism, hopelessness, and tragedy. Against which Becher sees a realist art, a revolutionary, a real folkic art. Here it is again, the Volkstümlichkeit, that goes on to tie realism to its epic origins. It is what is missing and what still today cannot be left to the ones finding their personal Staatsräson. From June 21st to June 25th, 1935, the first International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture met in Paris. Ilya Ehrenburg and Maxim Gorky were the main patrons of the 5-day public mass event, in which the delegates discussed how to bring the Popular Front of Culture into being. Many of those in attendance in Moscow joined in Paris too, as did Bertolt Brecht, Robert Musil, Ernst Bloch, Anna Siegers, Heinrich Mann. Brecht's laconic characterization of the Congress as our colloquium interruptum, under the roar of the great minds, because it's very difficult to say anything sensible when culture must be saved at all costs, it pointed to a major problem of the Popular Front, its defense of culture. And desolidarizations like those of André Breton only underscored this point. Breton deemed his surrealism revolutionary, whereas he discredited the Congress' commitment to aligning art towards a more general human culture as basic. He made it about him. But the Popular Front is not about flaunting critical excellence. It is volkstümlich, about production and reproduction and what its measures shall be. It is about the quality of its material solidarities, not that of its culture. It's about how our works add up, not about how they stand alone. It is about our infrastructure. Like the epic, the Volksfront, the bad option that needs to be so that there can be good options again, it can start anywhere. This is why I call upon the impossible epic. This isn't a grandiose impossibility, it is the art of our material defeat. And where to pick it up, where to pick one another up. Breton drops the epic in favor of his bourgeois, anti-bourgeois drama. Sure, but why not both? The Popular Front called upon socialists, bourgeois radicals, and Democrats in the arts. The Popular Front made anti-fascist politics national, local, provincially attached. And that is surely tragic, but in the absence of an epic horizon, the artistic provincial phalanxes against fascism cannot be precious about its culture. It is violence that makes us provincial. And the violence that the BRD Nachfolgestaat, many of us live and labor in, both exerts and supports materially. It does force our lives into provincialism. But the Popular Front is not about our provincialism. That's just sentimentality. It is about the provincialism that is imposed, the provincialism that is externalized. This is where our origins lie today. A Popular Front of getting over ourselves. So many places and times to start from. To end on quoting someone who could not let the Popular Front go, someone who made getting over himself his signature look, Heiner Müller. In the realm of necessity, realism and Volkstümlichkeit are two separate things, and the split goes right through the author. This is why the outstanding artistic products of the century work towards the liquidation of their autonomy, end quote. In the realm of freedom, realism and Volkstümlichkeit coincide. This is where the epic starts sticking instead of stopping. I do not identify with the decline of the BRD, but I'm not disidentified from it. Disidentification needs our epics, however aggravating our Volkstümlichkeit might be. Thank you.
Hello. So I'll talk about censorship and self-censorship. So maybe a bit of background about myself. I'm Syrian. I was in jail. I'm a Syrian writer. I was in jail for a good while in Syria, 1980s, 90s. And then I became a writer starting from 2000. So it was my career as a writer was continuous struggle against censorship and self-censorship. It is one of the tools of oppression on the intellectual life or the level of culture is to suppress a free expression of people expressing themselves, writers, intellectuals, artists, or to push them to introspect censorship and practice it themselves. I think I was practicing it partly, a bit. It was impossible to not negotiate to a certain degree with. In order to be able to express yourself to a certain degree, you have to also accept to a certain level of censorship. When the Syrian uprising started in March 2011, I went underground for 2 years in Damascus. For this very reason, I didn't want to practice self-censorship, even the minimal level of it. It was a bit dangerous, of course, but yeah, this was the option that, for me as a writer, realized that it was a historical moment for in my country's history. That it asks me it was my duty to express myself 100% freely. So I'm saying this because I feel there's a heavy shadow of censorship in Germany and in Europe. I mean, when it comes to, especially when it comes to Palestine, and this was magnified after in the last 2 years, or a bit more than 2 years after October 7, people cannot express themselves. It happened that I myself wrote, I am not a Palestinian, so I'm not like Nahed or like Sami, who focus their work on the Palestinian cause, but it happened that I mentioned Palestine or Gaza. There was humiliating negotiations about a word or a sentence here or there. This is honorable indeed. I mean, and I am not talking about right-wing or mainstream outlets. I'm talking about more decent outlets. So there's, I have observed in the last few years, I have been in Germany for 8 years, and I have observed a high level of indoctrination when it comes to the issues of Middle East in general, but especially to Palestine. Recently, I read a book, a very interesting book, and a must-read, in my opinion, by Isra Ozrik, about the indoctrination of immigrants from Middle Eastern and Arab origins. For them to be accepted, recognized, upgraded to respected members in the German social contract, according to Ozrik, they should accept and introspect the situation of perpetrators. So there's a theory, I think it was referred to several times in these 2 days, that anti-Semitism was exported to the Middle East starting from the 19th century by the Christian preachers. Then it was imported after the Second World War, after Europe was freed from anti-Semitism. So in a way, the Middle Eastern, the Turks, the Arabs, are on the same level of the Nazis. Now, anti-Semitism is a crime in Germany, but it is still there in Germany because of those immigrants. Ozrik mentioned that 90% of the anti-Semitic crimes were perpetrated by white right-wing of the German ethnicity. So in a way, the people who want to be accepted in Germany are asked to disremember their own history, their family stories. Some researchers of genocide call this memoricide. So it is part of the extermination of your memory, separation from your roots and your tradition, your experiences of the past. And from my Syrian experience, I know when this level of censorship is there, that it narrows minds. It rigidifies souls. It instills a sense of suffocation in society. And people are rarely aware when the turning point is, the tipping point is taking place. So, because it is not something written on the front of these events that the wolf is coming now. People will realize this maybe later. So the worst feature of the present situation, in my opinion, is the sense of inevitability, that almost nothing can be done against this situation, with the fatalistic psyche related to this. I think also we felt this expressed in these couple of days. As an outsider, I don't have a specific method for resistance or something that I recommend to resist censorship and other forms of oppression. Of course, we saw other forms of oppression, including beating people on the streets. Even at schools, some boys were slapped on their faces because of the Palestinian flag or kofia or things like this. But I believe that we have to defend the right of the antithesis to be there, which means to defend the freedom of expression, to allow the different views of any issue or any worldview to be expressed. More than 100 years ago, Rosa Luxemburg said in a debate, she was in a polemic against Lenin, that the freedom is the freedom of the different, the one who opposes the power, the ones who say the truth against power. This is not her expression, but the idea is clear that freedom is not the freedom of the supporters of those who are in power. It is the freedom who are critical to power. So it is, I mean, it is in this free world in the West, again, the issue is the freedom. And freedom in these days, the concrete meaning of freedom is that Palestinians and the supporters of the Palestinian struggle are able to express themselves equally like the other views. This is absent, and that's why I think we are in a situation quite dangerous. This level of censorship, this level of suffocation is unprecedented, in my opinion. And so the battle now is to, someone yesterday said that Gaza is not far from here, or Gaza is very close. Yes, this is, from here, we should start the battle to defend the freedom and against censorship. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you, for those contributions. I wanted to maybe pick up just where you left off and loop back to Anselm's. I mean, there's something quite haunting, I think, about, with your memories and articulating this warning here, and at the same time, your hesitance perhaps to articulate, right, what specifically can be done. And so Anselm, sort of after hearing that, or in response, in dialogue with that, I was wondering, I wanted to return to what you described of sort of needing to replace the protocols of cultural institutions and the way that they perform origins, right, with a kind of new protocols of origins, and connect that as well to Kirsten's interest in the epic form and its relationship to origins. If you could speak to that.
I think perhaps, yeah, I mean, there is something peculiar that I'm also still grappling with about. There's a lot to say about the relationship between the epic and the genres of origin stories. And I would have to think more about that. That's super interesting. Josef von Sternberg, that was mentioned already today, I forgot by whom, has this beautiful description of how early film basically stood in that tradition of this realist tradition of like just making, basically being a revolutionary force simply by creating proximities between realities that had been successfully separated before, right? Like that the medium itself produced something like that. It's interesting to keep that in mind, and perhaps we can think about that also in relation to soft power as by TikTok versus Redbook or something like that. We'll looping back there. There's something peculiar about the genre of origin stories that is funny. The professor living not far from here in Constance, Albrecht Koschorke, wrote this epic book on narration, and somewhere in the book, not in the English translation though, he says this should have been a different book. I actually wanted to write a book about origin stories, but I didn't manage to. And then he has like one paragraph that's very weird about origin stories. It's like that they have this kind of they have to close themselves off from a 0 point of their own establishment and create a narrative universe that in a way produces a necessary amnesia of that which brought it into being, right? Like, and I wanted to test that on the Cartesian origin story, to test it on this origin story, etc., but I didn't manage. So I'm interested in thinking this kind of amnesia or blind spot in origin stories, for instance, also like to apply that politically, culturally to, say, the attempt of Western societies to actually become pluralistic democracies and the failure that we're seeing of that, and the sort of, you know, the kind of reversal of the frontier was a slogan that Anna brought in at another time. Like when accused of structural racism, white majority societies actually do not know how to deal with the blind spot in their own origination protocol, and that produces something of a foundational crisis, right? And then the reversal of the frontier effect is exactly the great replacement theory, etc., meaning a kind of turning victim, perpetrator, predator, prey around as like we are being colonized is the result of the resulting narrative then. But I'd be curious to think more with all of you about that, right? Like I think memory work in the sense of actually explicating the construction of origin stories and how they play out politically is a task that I see institutions of culture have to engage with. It's more like that it feels like somehow that they haven't even begun, right? Like obviously we should learn the lesson from the failure of re-origination in Erinnerungskultur. So the BRD becomes an example of something went wrong here with a re-origination. And I guess, you know, like turning that re-origination basically, and I have an obsession with this person and I share it with a few handful of people in the room, Jean-Paul II, he has no small part in that, because in 1979 he basically called the Holocaust the Golgotha of the modern world, and therefore properly provided the script for the political theology we are seeing now, for the inscription of Christological redemption story that really becomes a dogma, right? Like, and that is obviously something familiar to Dirk sitting next to me. I leave it there. It's something I'm also just in the process of trying to think through.
If I may second Anselm. No, I think it's interesting because, of course, like the origin story of the post-World War order is that we fought and won against fascism, right? So fascism was defeated. And of course, it has to be narrated as a struggle against fascism. It cannot be narrated as a struggle against like wider forms of fascism that would include colonial forms of fascism. And so like the question is that then, you have to pose the question of what's the content of fascism. And the content of fascism can also not be anti-communism because, of course, as General Patton said, we fought the right enemy and he wanted to go straight to Moscow. So, you have to evacuate that content from fascism. So the struggle against fascism is not the struggle for socialism or for communism. And it has to be anti-Semitism then, like the content of the struggle against fascism, because it can also not be racism, because all the other, like the Allied powers, then they maintain their colonial empires. So the origin story needs to be an origin story that basically like gives Jewish suffer universal meaning, but then is also an origin story in which there's pain that cannot be acknowledged in order not to compromise the victory of humanism. So whose pain is that pain that cannot be acknowledged in order not to compromise the victory of humanism? Well, it's, you know, in this case now Palestinian pain, but in general like pain all over like the third world and the former colonized countries, right?
Maybe to relate to something Yassin said, because it reminded me of what Shirin was talking about in the morning, like that the form of censorship creates this form of knowledge, like you were talking about, like the misremembrance that becomes like an educational plan, basically. And I think like that is very related to this question of origination, because Ansem started somewhat from Documenta, which Anna also spoke about, and if we speak in terms of culture or in terms of the art field in Germany, it might be safe to say the 50s are over. Like to always go back to the origin of like where freedom is not qualitative, but freedom is just the Grundgesetz. Freedom is the idea that art shall be free, and art shall be free now means art shall be the state. So this question of origination, membrance and mismembrance has this question in it, which Shirin was talking about in the morning. What form of knowledge does censorship produce? What form of art does censorship produce? And like, what are the origins within this? Because like origins, like I said in the very beginning, origins are not forever, they are for now. So what are like the Urformen of what we're dealing with right now? Would for me be the question, like in the arts, like if one discusses, because if freedom is an abstract concept, then it is Staatsräson these days. It has to be a qualitative relation.
Thank you. Yeah, to return to this point that you just mentioned, Anna, around this particular understanding of fascism, right, and how it exceptionalizes anti-Semitism in a way, which of course is historically untenable, right? I mean, obviously Italian fascism has its own weird relationship with anti-Semitism. And so that seems related, I think, to both what you and then Dirk were saying in different ways. I mean, Dirk, you were talking about Holocaust memory, you were talking about anti-Semitism, but both of you were describing the function they have in, I think you mentioned imperialism, reproducing the status quo, right? And so I wonder how you might, my first question maybe to you is how you see these things perhaps related. So the way that this particular understanding of fascism or this particular memorial narrative of fascism, right, relates to then the function of anti-Semitism today. And then for Dirk, you know, if we think of this, as you have argued, as sort of the end of Holocaust memory, you know, what happens to these cultural institutions, right? I mean, these are, it's a massive industry, right? From the USHMM to Yad Vashem. I didn't say it was the Holocaust industry. I agree. I am not citing that book in any way. But it is nonetheless, there is nonetheless a massive museological industry, which is of course much larger than the Holocaust memory. And this stretch, it's international, right? And then the international institutions are also weighing in on politics globally, right? So where do we go with these institutions, which, by the way, are also archives, right? And then there's this question of what do we do with those archives?
That's a terrific question. I mean, those archives are priceless, and historical research by Holocaust and other scholars will and should continue into the future. It's not necessarily a political endeavor. We need to understand these things. These institutions are, in the face of this declining public trust, this public suspicion of the instrumentalization of memory, are being lavishly funded in order to counter this suspicion. So we have sort of a contrapuntal or dialectical relationship here, a contrapuntal move, a dialectical relationship, which means that the decline of this memory is not going to be institutionally articulated for quite some time. We also need to bear in mind that, you know, it took decades for Holocaust memory to evolve and to be institutionalized, really until the 80s and the 90s, and then really in emphatic ways since the IRA organization which came out of the Stockholm Declaration in the year 2000. It's only in the last generation, right? So we're probably going to see the similar amount of time before this new sensibility is reflected in institutions, and you'll need generational change for that.
So, I mean, I don't know if this is an answer to your question, but I was very struck by a piece I read in The Guardian once that was written by novelist Howard Jacobson, and I'm going to quote him. He said that charging Jews with genocide is to declare them guilty of precisely what was done to them, and this constitutes, according to Jacobson, a breach of the, and I quote again, decorum that in the past has marked us out as civilized. So that's the exact quote. I was very struck, and this interests me a lot because I think that, well, on one hand, geopolitical rivalries between West and its adversaries are very difficult to map onto the moral boundaries between civilization and barbarism. So already that it's an interesting question. But then he goes on and he quotes from John Gray's Straw Dogs to ask, when will Jews ever be forgiven the Holocaust? What he fails to mention is that John Gray is actually describing a lynching in 19th century Georgia. So, you know, like, what's interesting here, or to me the question is, you know, like the question with which Gray concludes, which is like consciousness blesses cruelty and injustice as long as their victims can be quietly buried. So I would say that the meaning of Gaza and whether the victims can be quietly buried hinges precisely on this question of whether you position the Holocaust as an anomaly, or whether you say that this, instead of being a distortion or negation of modernity, is actually one of its constitutive features, right? And that the Holocaust exists in comparison to other genocides. And that's, again, you know, like brings us back to this question of like, what is the meaning of never again? Because of course in Germany, you know, never again doesn't mean never again genocide. It means never again the Holocaust. You know, genocide is actually okay. You know, it's the only, you know, it's never again the Holocaust, but not never again, you know, like wider conception of what genocide can mean. I don't know if I responded to the question.
Can I just add like one sentence? Because just like literally adding to what you're saying, because that means that like Gaza cannot allowed to be historicized. Like it cannot allowed to be a historical place of living beings because the Holocaust is not allowed to be historicized. And as long as the Holocaust is not allowed to be materially historical itself, it will only have its origin in German mythopoeia. And that is like, yeah, bringing everything full circle into like German narcissism again.
So I'd like to comment on what Anna has just said about never again the Holocaust. The ones who interpret never again as never again Holocaust are the ones who insist on the uniqueness, essential uniqueness of the Holocaust. So if it is essentially unique, it will not be repeated by definition. It is extremely unique, and they are the ones who insist that extremely unique. It cannot be compared to anything. It cannot be related to any other forms of human suffering, whether slavery, colonialism, other genocides. So we don't need never again if the Holocaust is unique in this theological, in this very essentialist meaning. But I'll go back to the origination. I have always observed a level of resistance to know in democratic, liberal West. I mean, I came from a country that we find difficulty to read about other cultures, about other countries, and we don't speak many languages. We hardly have the chance. But here, I mean, it is easy to know about other cultures, other countries, other struggles. But the level of resistance to know is also very high. And I think this is related to what was referred several times, white supremacy. In a way, better to say, white solipsism, that the world is ours, it is only we who are there in the world, who exist in the world. We are the superiors, the others are subaltern, and the issues of the subaltern are subaltern themselves. They are unimportant. They are unimportant people. They are nobodies, and their causes are no causes, nobodies. So, to paraphrase Lenin, I think we can say that this solipsism is the highest level of epistemological imperialism.
I think it's possible to link these somewhat, for you, maybe somewhat abstruse conversations about origin myths and mythopoesis and so forth, academic jargon that some of us use, with the more pedestrian politics, prosaic politics that some of us are all talking about in the following way. For the German political class, the 7th of October is seen as an absolute beginning and a manifestation of absolute evil. That's why there's this constant request from German journalists that you have to mention Hamas in the 7th of October somewhere. And if you don't, or if you do so in an unsatisfactory way, you're relativizing the 7th of October. Now, of course, when you hear that term relativization, you have to think, well, what's the obverse? Well, it's absolutization, the relative and the absolute. To make something absolute is to say it's sort of a divine beginning or an infernal beginning, but it's a rupture in time and a new order has unfolded. So on this rendering, you had a Holocaust order from 45 until the 7th of October, and then the evil of the Holocaust came back, and this time perpetrated by Palestinians. From another perspective, time is seen differently. It's the time of indefinite occupation, settler colonialism, and apartheid, which are the absolute evils for people outside Europe who have endured European occupation, colonialism, and apartheid for hundreds of years, until only a few decades ago. And for example, if you think of the debate that's going on right now between France and Algeria, where Macron turns to the Algerians to say, was it even an Algerian nation before we came and blessed you with the emoluments of civilization? Algerians are saying, well, you know, half our population disappeared in the 130 years of your occupation. You gassed us in caves. Like, why don't you talk about that? So there you have a real clash of these different kinds of temporalities. As an analyst, I'm just interested in how they play off against each other or face off against each other rather than being a partisan for one or the other, okay? So we're dealing at the moment with, as I see, the decline of the Eurocentric, Germanocentric temporality, where the origin story of post-war Europe is, as John Paul II put it, the Golgotha of the Holocaust, which is then, in a sense, renewed in 2 years ago in the 7th of October, being replaced by one which is focusing on other kinds of evil. And it remains to be seen how this will play out, you know, in particular contexts and institutions, but play out it will. And the repression, which a number of you have mentioned, especially Yassine and Anna, will continue precisely as a manifestation of that conflict.
Yeah. No, just a second, Dirk. I just wanted to say that, referring back to your comment on Sarah Horowitz, everybody was laughing about it and say how absurd it is. It's actually not absurd at all, because of course, like, if you think that Palestinians are Nazis, you know, like, of course, I mean, no one in their right mind would defend not attacking and killing, right? I mean, you're not going to be like Chamberlain, you know, like if the other side is Hitler. So basically it makes total sense what she's saying. And I want to refer also here to Simon Strick, who's here in the room somewhere. he published like an amazing text where he describes like Staatsräson as an ideological machine. And this ideological machine is a desiring machine, Wunschmaschine, Staatsräson. And I would see this, like the function of this machine, as like making wishes come true. And I think it's a long-held German wish to be able to call someone else a Nazi. So I would say that the mechanism works more or less like this. We hate the Arab minority, but we cannot say it openly because that would be racist. So we say instead that Arabs hate Jews, and hating Jews is what Nazis do. Therefore, Arabs are Nazis, and then it's okay to hate Nazis, and it's okay to hate Arabs too, right? And you know, like there's a logic to that, right? It's not illogical. Sorry.
If I could, before you, Anselm, if I could just add, I mean, I think, and this is part of what I spoke about a couple days ago, right, but that there was the logic of denazification itself that contained this budding logic of anti-racism as it was defined at UNESCO and the United Nations, right, which did then, right, figure the racist as this illiberal deviant, which made it so easy then for anti-racism to serve this racist function.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Okay, so if we are like, if you would accept for the moment that there is this kind of washing ashore of deep structures of origination, of patterns, and one could of course confuse this falling back onto them with a volkstümliche moment, and that's exactly what we see in right-wing movements, right? The mechanisms of defense, of identity production, of social bonding, etc. It's without alternative, right? So there's this kind of, you could say that our task would then be to counter that and say, like, first by pointing out to how these forms of phantasmatic origination sit in the epic of the longue durée of colonialism, right, which is not in question, I guess, and insofar as these structures are kicking in alive in subterranean and implicit and explicit structures of history, civilizational meta-tales of evolutionary kind, etc. You could say, insofar as these structures are kicking in alive, there is something in the origin stories of Western society that normalizes and authorizes fascism and genocide. Yeah? And that is basically a call to say they have to be changed, right? Like now we are not quite, so this is like stating the obvious, right? Like this, but here, I'd like to try something, like, because I do feel that we are not really good in providing an alternative, or in search of that epic, or in search of that, and I do feel, and it could perhaps link to the problem of abstract freedom, I do believe that something like, and I recommend this into the room for those who haven't engaged with it yet, I do think that something like the concept of the three freedoms by Graeber-Wengro is a good alternative, like the freedom to move, the freedom to disobey, and the freedom to reinvent social relations, and that you can measure what relations of oppression and power and statehood, etc., produce by the way they delimit these freedoms. Right? So there is this is because it allows you to also operate from below the binaries that then produce these kind of logical games that have been rehearsed so well by Anna and Dietrich and others today. And I do think that it is important to think about that, because I think one of the lessons might be also that somehow origination in trauma, meaning violence as origination, and origination in victimhood and in guilt, are politically not what we need at this moment. Right? And that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, I will not. Yeah, I will pick up on the freedom thing because Marina Wischmidt, in a very late text, she made a proposition also how to discuss things like liberty, freedom, like abstract ideals of liberalism that have become like concrete infrastructures of violence, like how to discuss those in a sense that is binding praxis. And she was proposing to call it concrete universals, that it's impossible to give up universals, but there need to be concrete universals. And concrete universals are, as I would say, like Volkstümlichkeit, like the good old realism word is, like something that is never national, that cannot make national sense. And like the absurdity of like the völkische form is that it only makes national sense. It's like a program of eugenics, basically. So concrete universals are a-national, not anti-national, but like a-national, and in that they can become concrete universals between us.
Okay, we are out of time for this panel, so thank you to all of the panelists here. And for this really rich conversation, we're going to take a pause now until 5:30, where we will come for our concluding panel of the day. Busting my balls there.
No, was just the rest of the German.
Or maybe I ask them to Sorry, maybe when we're ready, you could just say, can we please be seated? We're going to start now, and then I can.
It's now.
Yeah. Okay, let's start.
Okay, please take your seats. Bitte nehmen Sie Ihre Plätze ein. Wir beginnen mit dem letzten.
Okay, we start with our last panel of this conference.
Viewers in the live stream, we are now starting our last panel, and we start again with an intervention by the students of the Master Cultural Critique Curatorial Studies.
This is today's action man, ready to take up any position at your command. Now he's a sharpshooter whose head moves back to look right down the sights. Eagle eyes alert for danger, hands gripping tightly. He's a paratrooper, an Arctic soldier, infantry officer or frogman. Action man is who you want him to be. Who will he be tomorrow? Only you know. You and Action Man.
So, ich begrüße.
Welcome to today's last panel. We called it Patterns of Childhood, or the unease surrounding the culture of remembrance, new approaches in research. And those young students maybe showed one of these patterns to us, advertising for war toys, and the ghost of childhood patterns has just left the room. Let me introduce myself and the panel. I start with myself as I'm your moderator. I've been with Medico for quite a long time. As it has been mentioned, I also work as a journalist. I co-founded the weekly newspaper Freitag, Friday, and dealt with debates on remembrance culture in the East and West, which is something that you can spend a lifetime on, but also helps you to see the world in a different light. Let me introduce the members of our panel. Next to me is Stefanie Schüler-Springorum. She heads the Center of Anti-Semitic Research at the Technical University Berlin. A university with a long-standing tradition researching the National Socialist past. Next to her, Hannah Zuberry, she is looking at modern Judaism in Europe, and she runs a modern school in Berlin. So she does not only bring scientific know-how, but also an insight into diversity in difficult times. Next to me is Sultan Dohan. She teaches at the Goldsmith Institute in London and looked at Holocaust education in Germany. She comes from Darmstadt. I come from Frankfurt, so we're almost neighbors. There you go for shared identity. Last but certainly not least, Yves Kugelmann, publisher, among other things, of Tacheles, a Jewish weekly, which in my perception has become a Jewish voice that we could do with in Germany as well, because it has a level of discussion that we lack. And we will start with opening statements. Before we do that, I would like to read to you from Christa Wolf's novel Childhood Patterns. The book actually was published in the 1970s and continuously reflects on German guilt. How do I deal with it? What is my personal history? What childhood patterns have been created through German history? This is something she deals with in this novel, and we have forgotten about this book today, but in the 1970s and 80s it was very important in the debate. Now, unfortunately, the book is lost in the past, even though it contains a lot of intelligent thoughts. And I hope that some of that will come back and that we might start reading Christa Wolf again. And I would like to quote, she talks about cross-examination of oneself, showing linguistic disturbances. There's a shift, a change of grammatical relationships, me, you, them. All these thoughts, when pronounced, become strange to each other. Language becomes disgusting, and then repeats itself to put perception in place of oath. And that might be an introduction. Your interpreter apologizes. The text was read in German. We did not have the text, so it was, yes, an approximative translation. But this might lead us now through our discussion. Let's start with a text by Erhard Schütt-Pels. He can unfortunately not be with us today, but he sent us a text which will be read by Eva Menasse for us now. Erhard Schütt-Pels on collective guilt. I am from a typical German family. I don't know how guilty my father felt, but I think he did feel guilty because he enthusiastically went to war, as I gathered bit by bit from our relatives. He himself said collective shame, yes. Collective guilt, no. Collective shame was avowed, about shame about what had happened, but no guilt. Before we were able to talk about guilt, it was off the table. There was only individual guilt, and that was a legal matter and a matter between the individual and God. It was a matter of conscience, of individual conscience. This formula worked for his family until he was able to sort it out with God. He never talked about his guilt, not with me and not with us. If you listen closely, the formula contains some uncertainties. No collective shame, but collective forms of shame, but no collective guilt. Well, if there's no guilt, why shame and why collectively? People were ashamed for Germany, for the Germans, for the German nation. I always felt that something was wrong there. It was not about shame. It was about a guilt taboo. Collective guilt became a taboo by pointing to individual guilt to be dealt with by God or a court of justice, not by humans. Individual guilt pointed to the collective on behalf of which the deeds had been perpetrated. And between those two millstones, the guilt was ground to nothing. An accusation was excluded. The German collective and any German collective could not be accused and could not accuse anyone in its midst. The formula defined the German collective as a society of silence with the right of the individual to a society that has to remain silent. Each and every one had a right to ignore. If you have rights, you also have duties. The right and duty was there cannot be an accusation. But what remained was shame. Shame comes from the outside as well as from the inside. You can feel shame due to the outside world or from inside. And you feel some kind of isolation. In Germany, people are told, or kids are told, to stand in a corner and feel their shame. You're alone in your corner. The others are looking at you, but you mustn't turn around. When other people feel shame collectively, they feel that shame together. They're no longer alone. They can comfort themselves. They can pity themselves. But they must adhere to one rule. They mustn't feel pride. Pride and shame exclude each other. Shame requires to be humble, and only from a position of humbleness you could leave guilt be and suffer shame collectively. Guilt was not to be talked about. Shame had been distributed and diluted, and silence had to be observed by all outsiders because they hadn't been part of it. As I know today, this construction had been completed long before I was born, and it meant the exact opposite. In the German Reich and in the German army, there was only collective guilt. Christian Gerlach has summed it up quite concisely. The idea that most of the Germans involved in the atrocity were only following orders are based on either the idea of an authoritarian German character or fear of not obeying orders. These ideas are outdated because paragraph 47 of the German Military Penal Code that also applied to the police said that lower ranks were responsible themselves when they obeyed an order and committed criminal offenses. Nobody was punished for not obeying orders, and in particular the SS allowed people to take leave of absence when they had nervous breakdowns. The willingness to cooperate was a decisive feature of collective mass murder. The German perpetrators were able to make their contribution because they had relative freedom of action in the German and regions and in the regions occupied by Germany. Authority remained unhindered through courts, media, political opposition, or the state. In this context, the leadership gave officers and military and police officers political power. Political guilt was produced according to the laws and ordinances of the time. Collective guilt was caused through the crimes of murder, of leaving people to starve, through individual and collective brutality. A planning of these crimes was the norm. The cooperative execution of these planned acts created collective guilt, collective responsibility. And after the first bombings of German cities, there was a public discourse on German collective guilt, which was initiated by Joseph Goebbels and his propaganda machine. Because by bombing our cities, the displaced Jews were taking revenge on Germany. After the war, collective guilt became a taboo. And therefore, the two most sensitive areas of German guilt were not touched upon. The voluntary taking part in all crimes and atrocities in the East, and the part in what was done to the Jewish citizens. Collective guilt is the guilt of something that happened collectively within a collective.
Ja, vielen Dank, Eva. Das ist, glaube ich, eine ganz wunderbare.
Thank you, Eva. This is a really great text to base our discussion upon. This culture of remembrance, also collective guilt, and so on and so forth. So Stephanie, you can start and take the floor. We don't just talk about remembrance, but also about historical appraisal and historical responsibility. You wrote a book about this post-war Germany and groups affected by that. I think that ties in with what we just heard. What did you discover in writing this book, and what does it tell us about Germany today? Thank you so much for inviting me today. I am a little bit under the weather, so I'm trying to keep it short. Erhard Schüttpelz is correct with everything he says, but it didn't stop in 1945. This isn't just a clear line. I will quote Rolf Dahndorf. He's a German-British sociologist and a member of the House of Lords, and he was back then one of the most important sociologists of the GDR. It's from 1965, his quote. Maybe at the end, it is this mix between theoretical humanitarianism and the practical inhumanity that makes Germany so unbearable. The weak and the vulnerable talk to about humanity in a way that no other country has. And I think this quote is really a classic quote, and I think it still applies today, even if it dates back to 1965. And coming from Rolf Dahndorf, who was looking from outside to at this post-war period, he himself, and that's not a coincidence, because he was also sought after. He went to England after war. His father was a war prisoner, and so that's a quite typical story for those who didn't only think about the Nazis and the regime, but also about the victims, and also look at their own story. I mean, when you're traumatized, of course, you don't just act in solidarity always, but they were the group who, after 1945, were the only who tried to fight for social aid, for compensation, for reparation, to help the survivors survive further. And that's usually the people who were prosecuted themselves. That was in all fields, be that politics, Adolf Ahn, politicians, lawyers, all of them. So these people helped other survivors because they were survivors themselves. That's something we have to establish when you think of remembrance and remembrance culture. And I think we should feel very humbled by this. I don't like the word remembrance culture, but it started way before what we're talking about today. There was no reason to be pleased with oneself in general in this regard, and even less so if you really look at it from the perspective of those who were prosecuted after the Second World War. I call them the flyover decades, those decades, because you start talking and then suddenly you end up in the 80s. But there were another 40 years before that, so we should think about those 40 years and what happened to those people who died because of poverty, suicide, and whatnot. So there are local studies looking at these trends, and it's quite dramatic, the outcome. From this perspective, it becomes clear that the core of the feeling of unification remained. And based on that, and this is quite surprising, this feeling of being more powerful than the others remained with the Germans. And I think this is more than white supremacy. This is something that's been talked about as well today. Because we were right. That's the whole point. I'm talking about Western Germany. We were right. We were anti-Bolsheviks and communists. There was anti-Slavic racism. There was an unbroken social racism. And by that, I mean antisocial, psychologically ill people who survived. And it wasn't just a sort of sentiment where you sat at the table in the evening and thought, hey, we were right. It's something that was acted on every day against those who were affected, be that in schools, within authorities and so on. And there are also studies on this which are quite impressive, and they show that quite impressively. I give you an example when I say impressive. In a small Hessian village where there was a Jewish survivor from the camps who came back, and he was in the orchard of his parents and inherited it, and then his neighbors gathered in the night and cut off all his anything that was on his orchard. So that's a demonstration of aggression as well. And I am emphasizing this because we talk about these flyovers, decades, the Nazis were everywhere, that wasn't good, but it had very concrete effects and consequences in people's everyday lives. And this racism was sort of the glue that allowed the Germans to have a smooth transition into democracy. And they didn't have to change because of that. The Wirtschaftswunder and other elements, the binding of the West, were two aspects that made the repairment payments to Israel. That was a political undertaking, and 82% were against that in the population. So it's not like that was the will of the German people. It was just done by the government, and I think 90% until today of the NS victims, for the Nazi victims, were not received no form of compensation whatsoever. And that's also because decades later, when it was talked about, those victims had already died. And the Wirtschaftswunder has to do with the seasonal workers, which came in the 50s, also with treaties and agreements in the 60s in Germany. They took on, the hardest work and the worst conditions. That was an important factor to help the economy of Germany get back up on its feet. And this is why it also has to be emphasized. It's based on that. The people working in the factories had horrible, or were working under horrible conditions. And it was considered as appropriate by the Germans. It was even said that they don't need a bath, they don't have basic needs. So they just work there and were almost forced to work. And to come to a conclusion, when we talk about remembrance culture, I think it is important for today. It doesn't stop in 1945. The post-war stories play into that as well. Back then, everything was black and white. It was our great grandparents. Then came the flyover phase, and then came the historical appraisal. But in terms of persecution, it goes way beyond that. If we think about education, it's something, especially when it comes to the youth that we want to educate and they want to desensitize for what happened in the past. I think this is an important point of sort of connection to really talk to them about the Federal Republic of Germany. I think it will be important to talk about, or our Federal Minister for Culture and Media, Friedrich Merz, they call foreigners skilled labor, and he still can't find any appropriate words for them or human words for them. So politically speaking, as well as biographically speaking, all of this is relevant still. It goes way beyond just remembrance, and to make it cheesy, I think we should honor those who from 1945 fought against that, because we forgot about those, let's say, unsung heroes, although it's a bit cheesy. I think for those who fought in that time, And if we really want to carry this culture of remembrance forward, then we should really focus on those people. Thank you.
Ja, danke, Dirk.
Thank you. Then let's continue. We also talked about the People's Front in France. It's difficult to project into the future, but sometimes looking back into the past helps to see a different angle and to think differently of migration. I think that's something we want to keep investigating. Would you, Hannah, would you like to take the floor? Hannah Zuberi. She wrote a key text, in my opinion, about the appropriation of the Jewish victim in the culture of remembrance, how to deal with or how to identify as a Jewish victim, and please explain your text. Gladly. Can you hear me? Great. So thank you so much. This input, I will hold it in English and then the discussion in German.
Mr. Thomas Müller gets up at 7:30 in the morning. He drinks a cup of coffee and then he rushes to the subway at 8:30. He has to be in his office by 9 a.m. Is this a story? I'm asking the journalists among you. No, it's not. It's boring. Mr. Daniel Cohen gets up at 7:30 in the morning. He drinks a cup of coffee and then rushes to the subway at 8:30. He has to be in his office by 9 a.m. At least some journalists will say now, this is an amazing story. Mr. Levy, by getting up in the morning, proves that Hitler did not win. By using public transportation, Mr. Levy defies anti-Semitism. Going to work, he demonstrates to all of us that Jewish life is a self-evident, valuable part of Germany. In contemporary Germany, Jews are interpreted and interpolated exclusively in terms of the history and present of anti-Semitism. Whatever Mr. Levy does, if he places a kippah on his head or not, if he goes to shul or not, if he goes to work or not, his doings are driven by a single power called anti-Semitism, which he either fights or flees. The fact that in Germany today only very few Mr. Levys get up in the morning and go to work is not attributed to the fact that only very few Jews survived the Holocaust. No, all of these Jews fear anti-Semitism, and that's why they stay at home, and that's why we don't see them, hence the importance of making things visible. When Jews move from Berlin to Antwerp, it is not because Antwerp has more Jewish schools or because housing is cheaper. It is because they have to flee anti-Semitism. Jews live in a metaphysical dimension in which the one and only social and political force that can possibly affect them is anti-Semitism. And whatever Jews do in their lives is fight or be afraid of anti-Semitism. It is important to stress in this regard that the very common self-description as resilient, resistant, or desintegriert is absolutely not undermining this paradigm. Victimhood and resilience are here not contradictory, but they form interwoven, mutually dependent, and complementary concepts. The very value and importance of Jews' doings arises out of the previous inscription of Jews as surviving victims, as historically wounded and perpetually vulnerable people. Very much in line with the often described theological underpinnings of Holocaust memory, Jews here are resurrected Jews. Their life's meaning and value emerges out of it being a life after death, after Golgotha, as Johannes Paul would say. The problems with life after death are manifold. One of them being that the chapter following death and resurrection is actually not quite life. What's the next chapter? Himmelfahrt, ascension to heaven. It's not funny, not at all. Let's take up, for the sake of the argument, for a minute, the perspective of the resurrected. Everyone has to believe in your resurrection and your divinity. Believe in you even constitutes the new post-crucifixion collective of good humans, quote Habermas. Only through and after the Holocaust could Germany become a liberal democracy. You didn't create this collective, you didn't ask for it, but you are at its undeniable center. And it is only you there, only you, because there was only one crucifixion and one resurrection, even though factually on that very same day in Golgotha, there were two other sinners being crucified right next to you. But only you were resurrected. Believe in you, sometimes sincere devotion, leads everyone to rush to satisfy you. Why? Because your satisfaction and the believer's true repentance does not only lead to their redemption from past sins, but at least as importantly, it promises participation in eternal life at the end of days. After the successful combat of the last heretic, when secondary, third, fourth, and fifth degree anti-Semitism will be eradicated, then everyone will be finally unified in the good of our post-crucifixion, liberal, secular, democratic republic. Then, and only then, in the end, paradise will have come. Permanent security. The end of days. When trying to reach paradise, we're not acting in the arena of politics, but in the sphere of a holy war, the phantasmic. In this sphere, we're not having political dissent, but there is a struggle of moral absolutes, the sons of light against the sons of darkness, love against hate. There are no checks and balances, no endpoints, no limits, because it is the very nature of the struggle to reach paradise that it will never be reached. There will always be remnants of heretics that still need to be eradicated. There is no threshold of bloodshed. That's too much. There is no limit. And that's what we see in this contemporary moment. And I don't really have a very optimistic outlook of punchline now at the end, but that's, that's where it's ending. Thank you.
Jetzt gehen wir wieder.
So, a bit less holy wars will be subject to discussion now. It's also about the education and about people with a different background. You looked at education and how politically the education, they try to eradicate racism in the school system.
Speaking in English, we can continue the discussion in German. So it's a bit hard to come in after such an impressive performance, I have to say. But also, like, at the end of the day, of 2 days where we had so many discussions to talk about the racial state that Germany has become, in exactly those hopeful moments that Eva Menasse described, and also I think Teresa described today. And in many ways, I'm myself a product of those hopeful days, and also the product of the cancellation of any possibility to have a very different nation state in Germany. So, as Stefanie already mentioned, you know, the Gastarbeiter who came because labor was already so racialized in Germany, right? You had to have these Kanaken in some barracks, which were often Lager, camps, where forced labor had already, you know, done their job for Nazi Germany. So in many ways, my parents' generation and I would say also the Palestinians until, you know, the 1990s, the early 2000s, we did not exist as part of the racial state. We were outside the racial state. We were so racialized as Ausländer. We did not count in any way. So when we started to count with the citizenship reform, which I agree with Teresa, that it was quite a big step, what happened within 3 years, the racialization of these formerly Ausländer, those who were even outside the boundaries of the nation state, were religiously defined, and I think this goes back to also Shirin's comment on like the security state, the securitization of religious difference, but also the question, who is German? What is German, right? I mean, this is like, I would say, Germany's favorite topic, right? Are you German? How German are you? I grew up, people didn't want to be German. Everyone felt kind of like, not proud of being German. Being a proud German was somehow nationalist. It was like quasi kind of going into the wrong direction because of the Holocaust, right? But the Holocaust was one thing, you know, how Jews had been treated and killed in the millions was one thing, and how Ausländer were treated, who had absolutely no dignity, I should say, was a completely different thing. So me growing up in Germany, seeing my teachers making fun of Türken, of Kanaken, in the classroom, in the same classroom, within 2 sentences, switching to like this very concerned German who feels so bad, right, about what happened. You know, it's really interesting to me to read about Schuld, to read about guilt and shame. What were you ashamed of? I'm really asking myself, what do you feel guilty of, right? I don't see any guilt. I don't see any shame. I see shamelessness, to be honest. And the shamelessness really came out after 2001, and especially after 2006, when Germany, who actually had built a big Holocaust memorial, very proudly exhibited next to the parliament, could now define a new form of extremism for the first time in, I would say, how much? 50 years. Since 45, there was a new form of extremism. There was earlier right-wing extremism, which was Nazism, and there was left-wing extremism, which was communism. Now we had this phenomenon of Islamic extremism. And obviously, I mean, I think Adam too said that yesterday. We have to put things into relation, right? It's a larger global geopolitical shift. The kind of war on Islamic terror is not just something that happened in Germany, but the way it happened in Germany, it mobilized Holocaust memory against people who were racialized as Muslims. And I'm talking here about Palestinian youth who for the first time in their families since 1948 finally had citizenship, finally had some kind of a legal status, dignity, okay? They were seen as the first line of, you know, potential terrorists. And I thought Simon's presentation today with all these memes, it was fantastic because it really visualized the language of the civic educators, of all these good people who had done social work in kibbutzes, who loved Israel, right? And they wanted to teach the right kind of love against the kind of hate that they kind of suspected in this group. So I did my research there because I was like, how come that Germans now, who actually on a kind of official discourse level, racism is denied, is downgraded to like personal bias. Now you, like after all this experience of racism, you want to teach me anti-Semitism? And this is like really spectacular, right? I mean, earlier Dirk said, you know, Holocaust memory has kind of run its course. But what do we think what Holocaust memory is, right? And that was basically the problem. So the Palestinians, the Turkish students who had to come into these Holocaust education, anti-Semitism trainings, what they saw was basically a racialized religious minority being killed in the millions, right? So the resemblance was there, okay? And this was exactly the kind of relation that the German civic educators did not want to materialize. Why? Because the Jew is on this side, on the racial hierarchy, on the top, right? And I think you said it really nicely. The way we kind of, you know, deploy this Opfer is to actually really hierarchize, to kind of reorder the racial relations we have in this country. in a way that, and I think I would come back to white supremacy, in a way that white supremacy is the only way of relating to the figure of the Jew, to Holocaust history, and to actually being racialized. So in order to be German, in order to be a good citizen, you do not have more rights or better rights. You are moralized, you're inculcated, you're instilled certain sensibilities that often have to resemble and emulate German majoritarian sensibilities when it comes to Israel, when it comes to Jewish people. And there you say, and some people did dare say, you know, I relate to this because I, as a Palestinian stateless person, as someone who's lost their land because of this history, because of how things went in this country, I can absolutely relate to that. This was, I would say, one of the most truthful statements about how one could relate, but this was also the most censored statement. Okay, this was the statement that no one was allowed to say. So for me, mobilizing Holocaust memory is always the question, what are you actually mobilizing? What are you telling about that history? Have we learned that the history of the Holocaust is a history of a people, racialized, stateless, it's a colonized history, and at the same time it's a decolonial history, right? It's not something we have to make up, it's all there, right? But are we allowed to talk about that? Or do we have to pay the price by actually speaking in English and living in a different country and teaching people who are distant enough not to intervene in politics? So in many ways, what has happened in the last 25 years is the loss of political agency in the name of being granted German citizenship.
So, wir genießen ja jetzt hier die Schweiz.
We enjoy being in Switzerland, we have to say, because we are here and we are having this discussion, which we probably couldn't have in the same way or with much more criticism in Germany. So we do feel pretty free in what we're saying and what we're discussing or disputing about even. And I think it was mentioned in the beginning, but the great Kanton in Switzerland and what it means made me think that I wish the cantonization of Germany would also be, you know, a thing. And now I would like to talk about the situation in Switzerland. You, as a publisher of Jewish media, what are the principles? How do you talk about history? What's the historical responsibility of Switzerland when it's about the war crimes and atrocities during the time or the Nazi regime? How do you have these discussions in Switzerland? They're not just a German phenomenon. There is no artificial border. I mean, it's a cross-border issue. Thank you so much for your question. Within the context of the topic we're talking about today, of course it is quite different for Switzerland. But I would like to give you a recent example. We're here in the Kunsthaus, at the Kunsthaus in Zurich. And for 5 years, we've had a problem which is quite symbolic for the discussion we're having today. And as a hypothesis, this wouldn't be possible. At least I claim that. So me, as a Swiss person with my roots in Germany, I have a lot of respect knowing the discourse and problems in Germany, because I don't believe that a purely arts collection in any important city would have been exhibited. And here, it is about culture and remembrance. The culture of remembrance, I'm not sure what it is or whether it's just about making it a ritual, be that in Germany from a political perspective. And there's also this dialect with the Jewish community where it manifests, and that's something that is and can be upheld by the and financed by the German government and state. I don't want to criticize here, but Switzerland isn't yet where Germany is. It's just a debate Switzerland has been or was held in Switzerland over the last few years. First scandal is that there is an NS or a Nazi or a curator with links to the Nazis, and it was exhibited here. And they tried to contextualize it, which just didn't work at all in any way or aspect. And then secondly, in the second scandal, and this is also something I find very important in this discussion, societies do not have a memory. People have memories. And here in Switzerland, there is no societal memory that can think back of something and as a reflex can then lead to a consequence. And this reflex of a ritualization of this culture of remembrance by the state, etc., and what, Philipp Jenninger or the Spiegel with Gerhard Richter, with his past in the family, peak there. And here, a debate like this Bürle story doesn't really provoke anything. There is no reflex coming, nothing that is even orchestrated by a political discussion. And looking at the intellectual debates we have in terms of culture of remembrance, the question I raise is, what does that mean for day-to-day life? What does that mean for the people in a society who is full of migrants and is so diverse? It's a melting pot, really, and we can't expect that those people can be implemented. So, hierarchically speaking, we have to go to the base and we have to think about civic education, as it was mentioned. In Switzerland, it is just very different. The situation is very different, especially compared to Germany. So I look up to the great Kanton because, for good reasons, there is a lot of historical appraisal, which in Switzerland didn't happen, and the civic education here grapples with other topics than that, unfortunately. There is a time lag because of the last years where this anti-Semitism, this ordered anti-Semitism, has led to the fact that people are outcast. But now, again, we're at a different point. So the question is, how can the positive experience from Germany, which exists, be saved and transferred into a culture of remembrance and responsibility where a diverse society can identify with, and that there is no new national collective? That would have been the second question for the panel. And we should maybe look a bit more critically at the German history and also look at the, violent past. Thank you so much. I think it is important that for the second part, I tie that in. I sound like a historian, I guess. But Mr. Kugelmann, what you describe is not a German reward. It is a military defeat. It is a genocide. 20 million Soviet citizens and were killed. And then there was the US coming in, who had to fight for everything, also against the Adenauer government. I am a historian, and I am still shocked sometimes when I looked at the historical sources or read, essays from colleagues about how that was bypassed. Sometimes I really thought, I'm not an intrinsic fan of the US, just to be careful with my words, but I thought, wow, without the US, I don't really want to know how Germany would have looked like, you know, or what would have become of it. But to give you an example, just to close the circle with Sultan, after the establishment of the federal government of Germany, the US, or there were some forced labor from Poland and other countries stranded there. They couldn't go to the US or Canada, and so the US urged for a status for foreigners without a home in that sense, so that they had the same status as Germans and had a safety net in that sense. And after 5 years, they should also have easier access to be naturalized. That was in 1941. That was introduced by the US. Then people waited, of course. Those who were entitled to that were not explained their rights. There was, in 1938, a reintroduction of the police order against foreigners or foreign nationals. So that was kind of a Nazi law that was kind of reintroduced, but it wasn't, of course, introduced as such. And then it wasn't abolished, but it was modernized step by step. So the people in the 50s and 60s were subjected to that law from 1938. And I would also like to mention the following. It's something I am having a hard time categorizing myself. Maybe it helps us if we think about it collectively. It's about the prosecution wave after 45. What do I mean? For Sinti and Roma, we know that the police prosecution went on. The Auschwitz number was used from the files, the Nazi files, and then they were federal court sentences and judgments for deportations, which then weren't classified as repatriation or something, but it was just in the name of anti-espionage and so on and so forth. And something that also moved me was that the T4, the euthanasia, was at the end of 1945, after Bavaria had already been liberated. And 1947, the Bavarian parliament asked the US Army to empty the Dachau shelters because they would need them to host or whatever the foreign nationals there. So that was, the way people thought. Erhard Schüttpelz and his text, and Sultan mentioned shamelessness, After the courts wrote their sentences about Jews who were under the threat of deportation, and these Jews also, Goldschlag, you might know this, they gave away other Jews, betrayed them. These were very dramatic cases. There were also Jews who helped and hid Jews. Then they were caught. They were threatened that their family will be killed. And then they betrayed other Jews and told, where they were. And then they were prosecuted for having acted this way. In the 50s, they went to prison, and so on and so forth. So more Jews, just in Berlin, were for treason, considering their own people, were then prosecuted. So 55,000 people were deported, and 16 were in detention. Others were released. There is this example of Philipp Bauerbach, who survived, and he fought for Sinti and Roma and the rights of other Jews. And then in Munich, they were subject to a court proceedings and for fraud, on the grounds of fraud. And then they were imprisoned, and he took his own life. In the 70s, the Bavarian authorities saw that he received 1,000 francs for something that was considered illegal later on, and his widow then also had to pay that back. So also what I would like to address are the homosexuals who until 1969 were prosecuted for being homosexuals. 100,000 proceedings, 50,000 people were sentenced. So that's several a week. So you wonder what a police officer's work looked like back then. So there is this underbelly aspect of it. There is a book also talking about this. It is something really, something that culminated in the 1970s with torture against the Red Army faction and so on and so forth. Also whether or not the death penalty should be reintroduced or introduced at all. So that's just another side to history, and I don't have a solution for that and how to appraise that, but it's important to keep it in mind.
Nachfrage stellen. Ist das sozusagen dann?
May I just ask a question? We're talking about Western Germany here, about the Federal Republic of Germany. What happened to all of that after 1990? Yes, that is exactly the question. Today we have social media, and we think about violence, fantasies on social media. And we should really take a look at the 70s. Probably only the medium is different. In the 70s, people fantasized about the murder of Gudrun Ensslin, or about the guy who collected money to have Gudrun Enslin's teeth treated. You will probably find similarities there. But maybe it has died out somewhat as well. We should hope so. I mean, died out in the sense that, the images have died out, not this rage to persecute. When we're talking about racism and anti-Semitism, I think we underestimate the wish to act. We see that as something evil that we have to educate against, but that people can gain pleasure from it is something that we ignore when we do educational work. But that's not my field, really. I write and read books. Well, I would like to say two things. You are right, or I should say I agree that the ever-present Holocaust in Germany means that there is something like an effective feedback loop that kicks in as soon as Jews say, we are in danger, we are threatened. Let's take the discussion about circumcision. People referred to the Holocaust because people said we want to continue doing that because otherwise we can't live here, and we've had that in the past. So Germany has hurt Jewish bodies in the past, and you can't do that again. And people then shy back from that. That works on an emotional level. And that means a Jewish minority can claim protection from the state. They can use that reflex to make demands. But on the other hand, and we have seen that increasingly over the last 10, 20 years, that political dissent is not perceived as such. It's perceived as coming annihilation that also brings about repression, which is what I tried to describe in my opening piece. The other side is no longer a political opponent, but it's someone who will burn down my house tomorrow, and therefore we have to get rid of him today. And preemptive action in the name of Jewish security does not, in the end, lead to more Jewish security. If I take one step back, I would also like to say that I would put a big question mark behind these demands for protection from or by minorities when these claims or demands are coupled to a past genocide. We're no longer discussing justice now. We're no longer just discussing precarious life today without a genocide having happened in the past. All forms of justice, of equality, of access to resources, of recognition, only work through the vehicle of, well, was there a Holocaust? Was there a genocide in the past? And was it as bad as? Which means justice is always late, is never addressing the present, but only ever works through the rear view mirror. Looking back, was there genocide? Yes, no, bad, not bad. And then built on that, we decide the level of resources that are allocated. The more, the better. So, in that sense, the larger the genocide, the better. And I don't know how we can leave that behind us, how we can leave that plot and get out of that. I think when I'm asked what do we learn from the Holocaust, I always answer, I don't know if I learn any lessons. It's not an educational experiment. I can learn something from a physics textbook about water evaporating, but I do not learn from genocide, do I? People have rights and dignity, even without having been killed by the thousands beforehand. Could you say something about your role as a director of a Jewish school? No, you don't want to do that? Okay. There is another paradox, but that's a separate discussion. In 1949, the Federal Republic of Germany was founded with a constitution which is one of the strongest in the world. And now this discussion is not about denying or the Holocaust or relativizing it, but to renegotiate the societal contract day in, day out between all involved parties at eye level is something that makes me say, of course, history is important, but I cannot spend the whole day looking at history books when it's about the present. And in 2025, I cannot cite the Auerbach story, who killed himself as the last form of protest, as something that we today have to deal with. Because all of those present here, or 95% of us, do not have a clue, because they don't need to. If you were born in Switzerland or in France or in Germany in the year of 21, obviously you must know about history. But what would be more important to me is that young people learn how their democracy works. They know their rights, they know their duties, they know how their society works, they know how to treat each other in society. They have an idea of what justice means, they have an idea how civil society works. That would be much more important to me. And after I read the invitation, that did put a smile on my face, because we're talking about this in Switzerland, the island of happiness in Europe, because we often have an ironic take on the issue and actually have difficulties in seriously discussing these matters. You quite impressively illustrated that in your contribution. After October 7th, we saw what the remembrance culture led to. It brought nothing, which means we have to start the discussion all over again, not only with reference to the Jews in Germany, but with reference to living with all these different conflicts that we're faced with in Europe. And that's more than this remembrance culture focused on the Holocaust alone. Yes, I think you deserve your applause. I am a historian. Obviously, therefore, I look at history. I find my reference points there. I would like people to be taught in school how their legal system works, what the different courts in their country are. There used to be something like civil education or Staatsbürgerkunde in Germany, but I don't think I was ever taught these things. This remembrance culture is huge and is being used political in all kinds and ways. And I think you have to really rub it into society and tell them how bad it was. Tell them about all the people who died. And if you read these torture fantasies or these death threats, and then you see the images from the 70s with Volkswagen and Capri, I think it's important to keep repeating these things. I would like to talk about this affective or emotional feedback loop that Hannah mentioned. That didn't work for those who were attacked in the 60s, 70s, 80s or 90s. Turkish people actually were burned in their houses. And if you talk to German people afterwards, they said, well, we're foreigners as well. It always boiled down to foreigners do this. Foreigners were always excluded from what you called the societal contract, and that is what was done to the Jew before. You talked about Mr. Cohen in your story, and he is a symbol for the fight against anti-Semitism. He cannot actually become an individual, and that same is true for people who have been racified because they have different names or they look differently. And I'm a guest in this country here and now. And I wonder, what does neutrality mean in Switzerland? That makes you smile, does it? I have a PhD student in London from Switzerland, and she suffers from neutrality because she's not allowed to speak on Palestine. Switzerland is neutral. Interesting. Switzerland is the country that has become quite rich by being neutral. We're not only talking about Germany here, we're talking about all of us in this construction that we like to call Europe. Coming together and dealing with history, well, I met a lot of Palestinian educators, and I'm sure they knew the history of Holocaust better than many Germans. Why? Because they had seen how the aftermath of the Holocaust had destroyed their entire families. We cannot pretend history ends in 45. Obviously, there is empirical fact, but there is also experience that does not happen only in Europe. Why did our parents come to Germany? Because there was no more forced labor in Germany. We're part of history. We're not outside of history. But did any German person ever sit down and try to work out what Holocaust and World War I and II meant for the rest of the world? Where did all these people come from? No, nobody ever did that. And to learn about the history of a different group is a declaration of love. It means I try to understand why you act the way you do. And a lot of us have understood that in terms of the Germans, and it's quite cruel. I had to laugh because you have already won your fight when talking to me about Switzerland. Obviously, we're deluding ourselves with our neutrality. It's self-deception. It's as problematic as reason of state in Germany. The results are the same in terms of Palestine, by the way. In Europe, I would say in different countries, and we have the same problems in different terms, there is no discussion possible at eye level. There is a great deal of hierarchy, and it's by no means a situation where everyone can participate with equal rights. Well, you all agree on this panel. Maybe one final round. There are planes to be caught, but maybe we have some more minutes. Let's ask ourselves what use is historical responsibility and any form of remembrance. What could be a useful approach to historic responsibility? A new societal contract would be a great idea. Maybe we should have written a new constitution in 1990 rather than simply swallowing up the German Democratic Republic. We could have founded a new state, maybe. We live in times where authoritarianism with all its fascist, racist, xenophobe elements is on the rise. So in these times, how can we create methods of conflict resolution that are peaceful? How can we use our experiences, our learnings also from this debate on memory and historic responsibility, and how can we join the debate in other countries where people maybe have made more headway than we have in Europe? Well, maybe other people have more to say on this than me, but I'm about to leave, and there's one thing I wanted to say. When I listen to this discussion, I feel put in the back to the Middle Ages, we're faced with a tsunami, and all our knowledge and all our experiences in the light of the technological revolution means that all our knowledge is being destroyed with American help, which has never happened to this extent before. And the question is, how can we defend ourselves against this? You have people on this panel who work in education, but this is where I put my big question mark, because I think this is something that's a separate discussion to what we've discussed so far. And with that, I'm going to leave you and run to the airport.
Das Wissen.
Von unserer Seite wird das Nein, nein, von der KI.
Von digitalen, Macht ihr jetzt die Schlussrunde noch, oder?
Do we wrap up, or I will just start? And he gave us an answer. We can't really base things on that because of the knowledge we have and because it's deconstruction in a tsunami. That was sort of his answer to my question. I think that was the my statement at the beginning, and that's how we could give more sense to the culture of remembrance. And culture of remembrance is something I don't really honestly care about. This is an empty phrase to me. I think what's important is to transfer broad knowledge. So we need school systems, education system that can actually implement that. So that would make sense. And remembering is something that is very individual, or commemoration. I don't think we need that on a state or federal level. I think taking a break from that on a state level, at least, would be maybe helpful. What is important, I believe, is that to make this connection to what I called social racism. Mr. Daundorf really looked down on the weak and vulnerable, and that sort of mindset hasn't changed. And if you read Sarrazin, that's exactly what it contained. It is the lazy, those who don't work. That's what he called them. And I think that could be really the connection. That's something that on a political agenda is something that has to be fought against, to come together, to think together, and to really defy this kind of narrative, and to come up with a political movement and a certain vision of society that's not based on where people are from or religion or strong and weak. If we don't that sort of vision of society, then we have to come together and come up with a better vision. And the term diversity is also a bit obsolete, or has become a bit empty. So we can't really achieve this without looking at the social inequalities that we have.
Also ich bin nicht gegen die.
I'm not against the culture of remembrance. I want to be clear here. Anyone who looks at the Nazi regime, the genocide, the Sinti and Roma, persecution of homosexuals, etc. Anyone with a common sense, and looking against this backdrop at the US, then we see that history continues, and that through history we have a tool, an analytical tool, to understand political incidents and events. The problem in Germany is that with this history there is a new nationalism now. That's what's been created, and that is the problem. It's not a problem to say, oh, this is an experience that, or something that we've done to the Jews in Eastern Europe. On one hand, that has to do with the anti-Judaism coming from Christianity, and also with this politics of racism. And that is something that people should be talking about and looking at. You know, people who don't have really a state, precarity, people who don't belong, marginalized people, religious differences, etc. But this discussion is not being held. It is become absolutely normal and natural that there are borders, that there are passports, that there is a registry where the police can actually find you if politically you seem to be an issue. And this problem, especially what we see in the US, the problem is that you came to the country illegally. And we can't treat this story as if it was a element of a crystal ball. It is something that happens, and it's something that is real. The genocide that Hannah mentioned, or her opinion of it, there is something very diverse about the definition of human rights. On one hand, what we see in Gaza, it is clearly a Western European vision of human. And in some cases, donkeys have more rights than humans. That has to do with us using different dimensions for genocide. We think of 6 million Jews or 6 million other people. We think of concentration camps, other forms of killing or of rendering it impossible to live are not openly labeled as genocide. There are other forms of genocide, and you don't have to be killed in a gas chamber to be considered part of a genocide victim. There are other conditions to make it impossible for some people to survive or to live in any sort of way. And since 48 and 67, we see that in Gaza and in Palestine. That was before the genocide. But our idea of a human being is just so rigid and narrow-minded that there is no other way of being human in a different way or according to a different definition. So that's how we think about Holocaust.
So, dann danke.
Thank you, Sultan. I add something to that, of course. I understood that this panel was an attempt to come back to a political discourse and to social questions, but also to set the moral compass straight. Students here buried the social or moral compass, and now I think it's maybe time to excavate it. I would like to reiterate that we have to be present in this world, to coexist with people, to share and uphold the right to be free, and be free to disobey, be free to create social ties, and not focus too much on being a victim or on identity, to really reinvent yourself in this sphere of freedom, in this context, to retrospectively learn from history. As an example, I read a book from Romain Gary, European Education. That's the title. It's about the partisan resistance in Vilnius. It's not about victims, but it's about people's dignities and how they defend them with very radical methods against the German occupation. They remind us of the perpetrators, but also the fighters. It's really fun to read this book. I can only recommend it. How do you defend your dignity in authoritarian times? As a partisan, maybe. That's what the book talks about. A partisan can be someone who's coming from any place, really. And that is what he sees as European education, and maybe that could be a foundation for us. And I am shameless. I will advertise Medico because we are co-organizers of this event. We also have partners, and what we do is we try to find political practice that is topical. We also have Rasim, who is in the memo. So our idea is to see how can we connect, how can we discuss, how can we create resilience and resistance together. We have a list of signatures, and we are trying to document this conference. So there are possibilities to maybe inform yourself. Every end is also a new beginning, and that's what we're hoping for. Thank you very much.
Rodin. It was actually meant to be in the Führermuseum in Linz, but it didn't pay the bill, so another collector could get it cheaply. It's already been mentioned, the name, Bürle, and it's now standing there, which reminds us that there's a topic that also in Switzerland should be discussed more thoroughly. So I hope that the next conference is going to be on the Swiss absence of a Erinnerungskultur, and that we can, because here it's difficult to do it, that we can hold it in Berlin. I would like to thank Simon and Vitus and Lucas. A big applause. Just one detail, this table looks like it's always been here, but 2 days ago it was in many parts standing in my office. We couldn't enter anymore, and it's all these three who made this possible. Big applause.
Dann mache ich weiter. Ich möchte nur meine Kollegin von Medico International danken, und zwar der Katja Maurer.
I would like to thank my colleagues from Medico International, Katja Maurer, who we've just heard, for her intellectual persistence and for her fearless action. I would like to thank Karim Schamberger, who you've all seen for Anything and Everything, for intellectual input, for his restless work in publicity. I think the live stream was very successful. Radwa Khaled, who unfortunately fell ill, and Mario Neumann for his intellectual acumen. He did a great job in the background.
So, falls jemand verpasst.
Should anyone have missed who we are, this is Philipp Ursprung. I would like to thank Philipp, and I would like to thank the Federal Institute of Technology for co-hosting or hosting us. I would like to thank Zafri Cohen, Managing Director of Medico International. I would like to thank Emily de Schebecker. I would also like to thank the Center of Arts and Cultural Theory from Zurich University, and I would like to thank the Zürcher Hochschule der Künste, ZHDK. I'm a professor at this institute. I'm Ansel Franke, And last but certainly not least, I would like to thank Alex Pakarapanchev and Hanna Essler for a fantastic job, well done together with Simon.
Und ich bitte um Verzeihung für all die ich...
I apologize to all those I forgot. This event did actually fry my brain somewhat.
I'd like to thank the translators, wonderful translators in the back. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the participants and speakers who came and spent these days with us. It was a really wonderful time. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank my co-organizer, Anselm Franke, because he couldn't thank himself.
Mirko and Neu for the live streaming. Thank you.
Yes.
And Ayan. Bravo.
And I would like to thank my colleagues from Diaspora Alliance who came and participated, Yael Atiyah and Ben Ratzkoff, who has other hats too, and Ben Malley, if he's here. Thank you.
So now
Oh, yes.
we're having a short break.
Short break, and then there's
And then don't miss the most amazing Eran Scherf.
Eran Scherf.
At 7:30 sharp.
7:30
We have to
sharp.
make a quick Bühnenumbau.
Quick Bühnenumbau,
And that will
then
be
come back.
exactly 30 minutes.
And then we go for Eran Scherf.
Okay, ich mache das auf Deutsch. Der letzte Akt des Symposiums, der große Kanton, Rise and Fall of the BRD, is about to start. Wenn jemand von Ihnen der Performance des Künstlers und Autors und vormaligen Professors an der Zürcher Hochschule der Künste, Eran Scherf, gerne auf Deutsch folgen möchte, bitte ich Sie, jetzt noch schnell ein Headset für die Simultanübersetzung zu holen. Es wird auf Englisch vorgetragen. Auf Kanal 2 ist die deutsche Übersetzung zu hören. Wir warten eine Minute, weil einige zu Recht angesprochen wurden.
When the lights go out in a West German talk show, ask Max. Once again, you stand at the beginning of a day, of a conversation, of a story, a beginning in which, as always, multiple beginnings intermix in spite of being in the singular. Only this time, you're no longer as confident as Foucault is at the beginning of the order of discourse, that you must go on speaking, that you must say words until they find you. This time, what finds you are not words, but a morning that has not yet found its equivalent in words. You seek refuge in sleep and turn to the Book of Sleep by Haitham El-Wardani. You read that in the darkness, a world departs and another takes its place. This does not keep you awake, but you also do not fall asleep. Things knit into their surrounds, and you begin to be open to intermixing and contradiction. What begins more than once promises a loss of clarity. That's good. You do not wish to conjure a now that sets itself sharply apart from before and after and makes a claim to being current. You want to look into the face of the world that takes the place of another and veils clarity, even if it has no face or multiple ones. Neither awake nor sleeping, you cannot see whether it is a darkness that recurs thanks to the Earth's rhythms or a solar eclipse that only temporarily covers the sunlight. The loss sets you into a recurring motion, similar to the little experiment that Max Horkheimer once proposed on a West German talk show. He went on stage with a stack of old newspapers, laid them down next to his chair, and announced that he would answer the moderator's questions by reading aloud from the newspapers. You don't know if this story is true or whether it only becomes true upon being told. Open to the interference of the past in the present, you enter into the experiment. Herr Horkheimer, the Viennese author and founder of political Zionism, Herr Theodor Herzl, made a promise in his 1896 book, The Jewish State. We, Jews, should there in Palestine form a portion of the rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. From his conversation with Friedrich I, Grand Duke of Baden, Herzl concludes that this intention is harmonious with German political interests, and notes in his diary, with the Jews, what would come to the eastern coast of the Mediterranean is in fact an element of German culture. You, Herr Horkheimer, are among what Zionism regards as the frail diaspora Jews who might attain sovereignty only in the Jewish nation-state. Yet, 15 years after you fled from Nazi Germany, you remigrated to the Federal Republic. What brought you to choose the diaspora over the Jewish state? The talk show guest slowly turns in his chair and pulls from his stack of newspapers a copy of Der Spiegel from the year 1965. He opens the magazine to an article titled Mother's Milk, dealing with the state of Israel, and reads, "The population of Israel is divided into a lighter-skinned European minority of 40% and a darker Oriental majority of 60%. The two groups are not connected by much more than religion and their common biblical history prior to the diaspora. The white Israelis have proper schooling. The dark Israelis often cannot even read and write well. The whites are prosperous, the dark ones are poor. The whites live in big cities and on cultivated land, the dark ones in the new towns of the province and on underdeveloped land. The whites practice the leading professions, the dark ones the subordinate professions. The whites are self-confident, the darker ones suffer from a deep inferiority complex. White Israelis see themselves in the Jewish colony of Palestine as threatened by the danger of Levantinism and wish for a fast-track assimilation of their backward religious brethren." Herr Horkheimer, the assimilation of the German Jews before 1933 is considered to have failed. If I understand you correctly, white Israelis who tried unsuccessfully to assimilate themselves into Western Europe now want to assimilate their backward religious brethren from the Arab diaspora. Israel's prime minister was recently quoted as saying that he intends, under any circumstances, to prevent Levantinism from creeping into Israel's national life. For our viewers, let us add that the term Levantinism was first used after the founding of the state as a synonym for the backwardness of Arab Jews and as a threat to national life. In the pre-war era, French and British colonial masters used the term disparagingly to designate the multi-ethnic minority culture they encountered in the Near East and North Africa. They were able to identify this neither as the Oriental culture of their imaginations, nor as their own Western culture. It seems to them to be a mixed, impure culture that imitates the West in order to feign a false belonging. Herr Horkheimer, why does a mixed culture such as the Levantine one represent danger to the formation of a nation? And can a one-sided assimilation, such as France's civilizing mission in Africa or the one that Israel intends, put a stop to this danger? Without remarking that he's about to break his rules, the guest begins to read from a newspaper dated from the future. Germany's ambassador in Tel Aviv spoke with Haaretz about German responsibility, especially post-October 7, 2023, as opposed to German guilt. The camera pans abruptly to the audience, where a young woman who presents herself as a history student interrupts the guest. In your book, Critique of Instrumental Reason, you describe the growing apparatus of mass manipulation that is reminiscent of social engineering projects, such as, not least, Israel's demographic policies. When, following the Holocaust, it became clear that no mass migration of European Jews into the country could be expected, Zionism began to take an interest in the Arab Jews. Israel's reconceptualization of Jewishness as a national identity had profound implications for Arab Jewish immigrants. In the name of a melting pot policy, they are expected to leave their Arab history behind them. Their knowledge of the Arabic language is employed for Israeli intelligence, rather than for dialogue with their countries of origin. With the founding of the state, the possibility of being both Jewish and Arab was relegated to the past. They must assimilate themselves to a present in which Arab culture is reserved for portraying the non-Jewish inhabitants of Palestine as an enemy stereotype. Thus, the Orientalist splitting of the Semite is now compounded by a nationalist splitting. Scholars are inquiring into the question of how the Zionist conception of Jews and Arabs as exclusive and antagonistic ethnic categories differs from the Nazi German notion of mixed marriages as a threat to the German nation. The students' remarks seem increasingly to resemble the kind of remarks where, under the guise of asking a question, someone is actually thinking aloud. But then there does follow a question. Would it not be more urgent to call into question the way Western scholarly culture makes divisions in the name of clarity, which allows it to define the areas of research from which disciplines, professionalism, and specialization emerge? The television studio goes dark. The following day, the press will speculate as to whether the studio technicians shut off the power as an act of sabotage. It has been alleged that Max Horkheimer himself discussed the move with the technicians. As soon as the German title of his book, Eclipse of Reason, was mentioned in the discussion, the experiment was to be interrupted. Eclipse of Reason had recently been translated into German as Critique of Instrumental Reason. The eclipse in the book's English title was thereby taken out of the game. This is regarded as the departure of the German Federal Republic from cosmic orbit. Does the darkness signal the end of the talk show, or will it egg on the guest to speak freely? The beam of a flashlight appears on the stage and jolts you out of your thoughts. Horkheimer appears to be well prepared for the occasion of a power outage. He reads further from the interview with the ambassador. Haaretz, we would like to conduct a short interview about Holocaust Memorial Day for the Weekend magazine, if it's okay with you. Ambassador, it's okay with me. Okay, so it's about Holocaust Memorial Day. Haaretz, I wanted to ask you if you Germans feel that Israel is taking advantage of your guilt feelings about the Holocaust. Ambassador, first and foremost, it is not about guilt feelings, because nobody in my generation or younger has any personal guilt in this. When we remember the Holocaust, we do it because we feel responsibility and we feel our country has drawn lessons from it and must continue to draw lessons from it. Haaretz, is it possible for Netanyahu to land in Germany without being arrested? Ambassador, first you asked me about an interview about Holocaust Memorial Day, and now we are at that question. This is, I would say, disingenuous, to put it mildly. This is not a question in any way related to Holocaust Memorial Day. Herr Horkheimer, following the ambassador's order of discourse, the mixing of these questions is disingenuous, and the separation of guilt from responsibility has been unambiguously established. If I think of the conversation between Margaret Mead and James Baldwin that recently appeared under the title A Rap on Race, then mixing and separation are also culturally conditioned. There are different ways of looking at guilt. In the Eastern Orthodox faith, everybody shares the guilt for anything anyone ever thought. Now, the Western position on the whole is that you're guilty for things that you did yourself and not for things that other people did. A division between acts of one's own and those of others is necessary for jurisprudence, but what ethical role does this division ascribe to people who are neither the direct perpetrators nor the direct victims of an act, but rather onlookers or accessories who must live on with the standards set by this action? Tel Aviv, August 3rd, 1963. Having followed with great interest the controversy between representatives of Israel's Oriental and Ashkenazi intelligentsia in your journal, I would like to add a comment, particularly in reference to the article about Black Zionism and the fear of assimilation. I was startled by the parallel between African Americans, with all due respect for their just struggle, and the situation of Oriental Jews in Israel. The last thing that should have happened to the Jewish people in Israel is to split along a color line, even if this is somewhat prudishly labeled cultural rather than ethnic. James Baldwin, in The Fire Next Time, refers to the God revealed to a Semite desert people before color was invented. And this apt phrase is something we might ponder. Perhaps some European Christians imagine that God, incarnate in Christ, is white, so that Africans liberating themselves of the white man's yoke see him as black. But to Jews, the idea of God never found incarnation in a body. From the outset, God was represented as a voice humans may hear. Jacqueline Kahanov, Reader's Letter to the Jewish Observer and the Middle Eastern Review. In your thoughts, the darkness of the television studio overlaps with the black screen of a television. For the television viewers, the black screen is illuminated by a block of commercials. Persil, Boss, Nivea, Dual, Mercedes, Adidas. The moderator doesn't want to acknowledge the darkness and drums on the microphone with her fingernails. The taps remain inaudible, yet seem to conjure Horkheimer's next answer. The rhythm of his speech suggests that he is translating extemporaneously into German. It was an advertisement in a Stockholm paper. English-speaking young man, it read, wanted as private chauffeur. Must be cultured, it said. I went to the Grand Hotel, all my culture in the tip of my tongue, and all my English waiting to be spoken. Hungry? No, but insecure and frustrated in my attempts to be given a job, and terribly in love. I asked for Mr. Jones at the desk. He was just coming out of the lift. A bald-headed man, pleased with himself and comfortable looking. "Hello, son," he said. "Come and have something." I followed him to the bar, optimistic and pleased with the "Hello, son." "Ever drive a Daimler?" he asked, nodding towards the Mercedes parked in front of the entrance. "No, sir," I said trustfully. "Wanna get on in life, say yes. Daimler's same as any other blooming car." "Yes, sir." "Don't let nothing scare you." "Yes, sir." "Need someone for the Daimler. Drive the wife about town, some Swedish for doing the shops." "Yes, sir," I said. 15 quid a week, he said, and winked at me. I took a glass of champagne. It swelled in me and soared high up above the ground and over the port, high enough to see Helsinki at a distance. He told me he was a self-made man, started with peanuts and worked his way up to all this. He waved his hand at all this, and I looked and thought of the Mercedes and the champagne and wondered if perhaps, but I remembered a peanut vendor I know who is going to be a peanut vendor all his life. The guest pauses a moment. The moderator jumps in and asks, in an empathetic voice, how the job interview ended. The audience can read the full account in The Guardian from November 24, 1958, says the guest. The headline is "Culture for the Daimler." I would be inclined to add a note about the author from The Times. Vaguirali, the Egyptian whose report we print on this page, is a bearded Copt. What does the beard have to do with it? Wonders the guest aloud before continuing and constantly interrupting himself whenever a detail doesn't seem right to him. Vaguirali left Egypt in 1958. He stood far to the left of Nasser, was targeted by the authorities, and his arrest seemed to be only a matter of time. After spending time in Paris, London, Stockholm, and Hamburg, he settled in Germany, in West Germany, which is much less demanding than Britain when it comes to work permits. He lived in Reit, near Düsseldorf, and worked in the office of the British Army of the Rhine, and in a factory. Together with other leftists there, he exposed the Nazi affiliations of the mayor, and he wrote his novel, Beer in the Snooker Club. He is multilingual and moves easily from Arabic to French or English. He is currently working on a novel that takes place in 1965 in an unspecified city in the greatest post-war miracle economy. The protagonist, Eshel, is a guest worker, an intellectual, of unknown national origin who works as a translator for a publishing house. It remains to be seen whether Aschel will have similar experiences to those of his author, who plays tennis with friends, goes to bars, and is confronted with attitudes such as that of his friend Kurt, who is now together with his ex-girlfriend Lieselotte, but will never marry her because she was previously together with an Egyptian. In 1967, after Israel's war of occupation, Raleigh went to Israel on a journalist's visa. The Israelis seem to remember the past only when it is to their advantage, he stated to the BBC. They would often quote the anti-Israel speeches of the Algerian president, while forgetting that Israel supported France during the Algerian war with intelligence about the FLN. A year later, at a conference in London where Raleigh speaks about Israel and Palestine with a member of the Israeli anti-Zionist organization Matzpen, he becomes stateless. A representative of the Egyptian government rises from the audience and declares that, contrary to what is indicated on the conference poster, Mr. Raleigh is no longer an Egyptian, but he defected to Israel. In the post-colonial order of nation-states, his temporary West German residency permit is all he has for the moment. Herr Horkheimer, a member of the Coptic minority in Egypt, who shares a podium with the Israeli anti-Zionist diaspora in London, who earns his living in a factory in West Germany, who publishes a novel in English, the protagonists of which flee Egyptian nationalism to an idolized Europe that bitterly disappoints them. Is this the Levantine who endangers our nation's democracy? Or can our Daimler culture assimilate itself to such a heterogeneous and diffuse mixture of loyalties? This is against the backdrop of Germany having converted its historical guilt into monetary language and amortized it, and having so masterfully simulated its renunciation of Nazi theories about mixed races that it once again appears attractive to people from other countries. With our labor recruitment agreements, we invite foreign workers to attempt their socio-economic climb in the Mercedes assembly shops. In this way, we quite closely follow the example of France, England, or the Netherlands, who grant rights of citizenship to the immigrants from former colonies, who today shape the minorities in Western Europe. The Jewish Arab author Jacqueline Kahanov goes so far as to suggest that the concept of the nation-state, however modern and progressive it may appear, might already be obsolete if viewed in global terms. After all, in the 1920s, the sexologist Magnus Hirschfeld viewed what we regard as national culture as being the result of processes of mimicry. Seen in this way, Levantine culture would continue a process of mutual assimilation that has already always been ongoing. It is sand, not oil, in the gears of global national culture, is it not? It must already be daylight outside. The moment that you say this, it occurs to you that you can scarcely distinguish any longer between inside and outside. No, this binary no longer offers you a way out. Seeking refuge in sleep, you have eared into temporal spaces beyond the present moment, where you end up every time you abide by rules that were made up sometime and not for you personally. In this mixing of space and time, your sense of time gets lost, and you encounter yourself anew as a different person. Whether the talk show guest answers his interviewer's questions with reports out of newspaper from the past or from the future is no longer of importance to you. You have come under the spell of his recurring motion, in which narratives weave themselves into the present in such a way that you can no longer make sense of presence in the singular. On stage, the beam of the flashlight is moving aimlessly through the air, while the guest rummages with one hand through his stack of newspapers. He seems to recall a particular article that he thought at some point would be valuable to read again in the future. Which he seems to recall, oh, this is different tone altogether. He seems to recall a particular article that he thought at some point would be valuable to read again in the future, which could be now. A memory that stores things away without specific intent appears to be part of this experiment. Perhaps this experiment has to do with a way of thinking that does not identify its intentions in advance. A sort of disrupted universalism that Kahanov ascribes to the Levantine way of knowing, for which a person, however worthless, counts more than principles, however sacred. A way of thinking that is subject neither to chance nor to intention, and that, in accordance with the situation it finds itself in, reaches back to voices that are reenacted and that let the guest appear as someone else with each answer. In any case, this is how it appears to you when Max, or Horkheimer, gives up rummaging through his newspaper pile, turns his flashlight off, and begins speaking as if again he were translating on the spot. This time from memory, which could be from Leonore Sterling's 1965 article in Die Zeit, or from the future. What is new in the new Germany is the anti-Semitism of Philo-Semites. One distances oneself emphatically from the more or less open anti-Semitism of far-right circles and feels oneself thereby to be self-righteously pure and pro-Jewish, albeit without having made the effort to examine oneself internally. The repressed contradictions are then overlaid with philo-Semitic idols that associate Jews with intellect, culture, suffering, or victimhood. And right away, one feels legitimated in transferring the suppressed anti-Jewish prejudices, at least partly, onto other subjects of hate. Through this transference, the contradiction finds a way out. Those affected in the Federal Republic are always minorities, whose disparagement and open persecution do not, in the eyes of the ally nations, imperil the erected symbols of German democracy, either because there they are likewise objects of hate, or because they are not considered significant enough to stand as litmus tests for democracy in Germany. East Europeans, so-called leftist intellectuals, and guest workers. When, for example, leading politicians speak of ruthless leftists, of corrosive and unprincipled literati who soil their own nest, or even of leftist Protestants who stand in conspiratorial union with the Antichrist, then indeed all that is missing is a designation like Jewified, and we would once again have a solid and official anti-Semitism. The notions of Italian skirt chasers and Turkish knife-wielding thugs evoke memories. The philo-Semitism that is so diligently propagated in the Federal Republic actually has less to do with Jews and more to do with Staatsräson and foreign policy. In order for philo-Semitism to become an instrument of foreign policy, the biblical status of the Jews as the chosen people had to be carried over to the state of Israel. God, who only had 7 days to create the world, was not able to bring about this transference, but the new Germany can. The obligations that the people of Israel took upon themselves with their biblical chosenness are thereby accredited to the state of Israel as special rights, whatever the cost. With the reparation payments, money was cultivated as a remedy that not only helps the victims, but also abstracts the guilt that preceded the payments into exchange value, so that for perpetrators as well as for victims and accessories, the cause of the guilt, were it to recur in other connections, would merely appear as a further loan being taken on. The new German philo-Semitism has more to do with purchased approval than with atonement for something that cannot be set right with money. Philo-Semitism buys the subject of its desire, and if these do not correspond to its means or ends, they will simply be adopted, assimilated, whether alive or posthumously. Just think of Gabriele Tergit. Every few years, this one-time Berlin author is rediscovered in Germany. But not her political essays on Palestine, the country that she left in 1938 after 5 years, because she could not countenance nationalism in any guise. You see, she wrote to her colleague Hans Jäger in 1974, "My anti-Zionism has cast more of a shadow over my life than racism from Germany has." But in this darkness, how would one be able to see shadows?